Hello, good morning, good
Good morning.
afternoon, good day, depending on whatever time zone you're in. It's Melissa. If you're not on your, I'm hoping you're not on your cell phone for this because every time you start talking, it flips you the first time. So we're gonna hope we
No,
don't have technical
not on the phone
difficulties.
again.
Haha, it worked today. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Banner and Backbone, the Anti-Fascist Book Club. Today is episode 5. I believe it is. It just said it on the
Yeah.
screen. And it's Do Not Obey Tyranny. We're beginning our discussion on Timothy Snyder's On Tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century. And today we're welcoming some special guests with us again, and new guests for the first time. So I'm Nick Perro. We have my good friend Melissa Corrigan, returning guests, Stephanie Wilson, and brand new guest today, Tara Devlin.
Hello.
And
Thank you.
welcome. It is so good to meet you officially on live and have you here.
Yes, thank you.
Let's start with you, Tara, real quick to introduce yourself to everyone. Ellie Leonard is going to be joining us here in a second, too. It does say live on Substack that she's with us, which means she is coming with us here in a second. I just got a ping from her saying she can join whenever. So, Tara,
Awesome.
can you introduce yourself for everyone? And then Stephanie, afterwards, reintroduce yourself for
All
everyone.
right. Well,
Absolutely.
thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm Tara Devlin. I have a show, Tara Buster, on the Political Voices Network and on my own YouTube channel, youtube.com/channel/Tara Buster. And I've been speaking truth to power and screaming about fascism for a very long time, feeling in a lot of ways that I've been screaming into the wind, because I remember years ago saying that in every Republican chest beats the heart of fascism, and people going, "Oh, Pisha, that you're just being hyperbolic," and here we are. So I anyway, follow my Substack and all that, and hopefully we can get through this, really, because not to go on to a long rant, but this
We're all
independent
about long
media,
rants.
yeah, what you're doing is so important, Nick, because this is how we're gonna be successful. This is how we will overcome this. Because don't you're not your eyes are not deceiving you. We are in a fascist takeover. It's happening, and if you read On Tyranny, it's right there listed. We're here to help get this back. This is how Poland was successful in overcoming their coup or pulling back from their authoritarian takeover through the independent media that was still capable of speaking truth to the regime. So it's important what we're doing here. And thank you. That's it. That's all I can say right now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for thank you for that wonderful introduction for yourself,
Yeah.
and thank you for
I
the
love it.
compliments for us, but also for welcome. Yeah, fascism's fucking here.
It
Let's fight
is.
back, which is a great opportunity to introduce and our other special guest, which is Stephanie Wilson,
Hi, folks.
who has her podcast Freedom Over Fascism. And I think this read's going to be a great one for all of us. But Stephanie, do you mind reintroducing yourself for everyone?
My pleasure. So I'm Stephanie Wilson. I have the Substack / podcast Freedom Over Fascism. I'm a historian by training and a messaging specialist by long career. And so I am interested in making sure that people understand what's going on now, what in history precedes it, and what we're going to need to do to rebuild with what I call radical creativity after this is done. So I think Tim Snyder, he's never written anything that I've disagreed with. I think he's spot on every time. And I'm really glad to be here with you guys. And fascism is here, and we need to find a way to talk about it that doesn't that people can hear.
100%. Yes. And so this is just this is an open show. So once what we're going to do here in a second is I'm going to switch us over to our next screen, which is actually where we're going to introduce the book itself. And we're going to be able to go through it, pick out some incredible quotes and pieces. Stephanie is going to be showing us through the book. Let us know if the font is not big enough as we go. We'll adjust as needed so everybody can see. But one of the things I wanted to call out real quick.
Oh no.
Oh no.
What was
hear
it that
you.
you wanted to call out?
You lose Nick? Oh
You went
no.
mute.
It must have been super important.
Well, hi guys.
Oh, is he
Or
frozen?
shout out
Oh.
here.
Oh, there you are. There you
I
are.
lost.
Oh,
I lost
Here we
connection.
go.
Sorry,
Oh
everybody.
no. We
Ellie,
were said.
your shirt looks freaking awesome.
You like that? I wore it to
do.
work
Do you
today.
like
I love
mine?
it.
Yes, I do.
Oh,
Wear it
awesome.
with pride.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
do.
Somebody zoom in or read it to us because it's
Okay, it says
It is,
Anti-Fascist Book Club.
Nice.
all
I
right.
love
and
it.
then
Gotta get
I
one.
need one.
underneath is
wait.
the Veterans Fighting Fascism. Depending on which
right.
one you got, mine
Right.
has.
No, mine's just a logo. I just tried to do like like the person who made the shirt.
Oh, I
Yeah,
love it.
mine's the vet version that. So Chris Goldsmith, who's the creator
get
of the
one.
book club itself,
Where
working
can I
with us for this.
You can get one. We'll get you
where
one.
can I get one of these shirts now? Okay, that's all. That's all that matters right now.
Don't worry, don't worry. You'll get one, Tara. We'll talk after the show. I can definitely
Thank you.
definitely talk to you about that. And Chris may actually be joining us partway through if he's out of the meeting that he's in. He joins us fairly often for the shows or whenever he can, which is awesome. It's cool to have the creator of the book club in the book club itself.
Wonderful.
So for us,
And I
this is
I was just
a
gonna
weekly
say
book
really
club.
quick so that I'm not rude. I'm gonna pop off at 12:58. So if I
Okay.
disappear, I have to go back to work, and I apologize.
And I cannot shut off your channel on Substack. So everyone who's here for Ellie specifically, please keep with
Sorry,
us.
guys.
We love you.
Mhm.
Don't leave us. But yeah, this is our book club. It's an open discussion we have. We did the first 4 episodes on the Task Force Butlers, What is Fascism? And you're catching us right on the beginning of our next discussion. So let's kind of get into it. I'm going to move over. And today, everyone, before we move over, always as we do, is Melissa. Can you introduce what the book club is and is not for anyone who is new and first time joiner with us?
Yes, I learned pretty early on because I've started a couple of these locally to my area and had to clear up for a lot of people that anti-fascist is in no way associated with any nonsensical entity called Antifa.
Right.
So we are not Antifa. So if you thought you were here for the Antifa book club, sorry to disappoint, but what we are is a group of interested and concerned veterans and citizens who are reading the words of history and historians and philosophers and people who can point the way for what happened throughout history and how we can take lessons from that and move forward into the future.
Yes. Wonderful.
All right, let's get us over into our book then. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that. And boom, there we all are. Looks amazing. And Stephanie, so I'm going to give you a little bit of control here. Do you want to lead at least through the prologue section right now? And
Sure.
And we'll start with like your thoughts on some of it from a historian's point of view. And then Tara, I'd love your response and anybody else afterwards.
So here Snyder talks a lot about, how we can learn from history, that it doesn't repeat, but it gives us clues about how to deal with the future or the present situation based on how other people dealt with it in the past, and how there's often a game plan that that dictators, and I'm choosing to use the word dictator as opposed to authoritarian because I think people respond better to it, what they have used in the past to gain power. So he talks about several different times where there were a couple of democratic moments, but those didn't last very long. And then we had more dictatorial moments, which is actually most of human history. And we talked about, I mean, he talks about, once you get to see all of my my annotations, it it shows us that the whole idea, and we'll get to this at the end, that we have been in this passive state of thinking that history is kind of over, that there is no more change that's coming, and that has in some ways caught those of us who care or on our side, pro-democracy, off guard because we didn't necessarily think it would be able to happen here. So basically, he talks a lot about what the that fascism and communism, which are in general both different forms of dictatorships in the way that they have been used, responded to a more global economy, and that the founders of our country anticipated this, and they were right on the spot, right on, because they lived in a world which was ruled almost entirely by dictators, whether kings or whatever you want to call it. So, thoughts?
Well, I guess I can jump in if.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean,
And tell me if
go ahead.
you want
Sorry.
me to move to a different page too.
I just, no, it's okay. Just like overall in general, what I think about this is that for years we've been hearing from the mainstream media, and I do believe that we're in this predicament because of the mainstream media, and everything that we're seeing is the what I think is the fact that we are in silos of information, and that the half of the country is absorbed, or absorbing, or whatever you would call it, this right wing version of reality. And we've been hearing from the so-called liberal media, which doesn't exist, but like on mainstream or CNN, MSNBC, that the institutions will hold. And this is what Timothy Snyder is talking about. It will not hold. There has to be an agreement. And because the United States was founded as the antidote to the intergenerational aristocracy and monarchy that ruled Western civilization for 2,000 years.
Not only Western.
Right. Ruled civilization in general. And they did it with the same, under the same means that the Republicans are trying to reestablish in America. And that is, they whittle away at the pillars of democracy, including the education, including the separation between church and state. That's why they want to take that away. So people will just await their rewards in heaven like they did, for 2,000 years. Don't pester your betters while, they have all the earthly rewards to themselves. And that's what we're seeing. And then just dividing people. And this is, we really have our work cut out for us. And, but democracy and the institutions, like, it doesn't come by osmosis. It has to come with an agreement. We all have to agree to this system. And what we're seeing unfold is that there is no agreement left, that they don't abide by the rules and the laws. And the challenge is that the opposition party simply isn't standing up to it, and because I think everyone is on their back foot all the time and in a delusion, like Timothy Snyder talks about, that it's inevitable, that democracy is just going to last. Everything will be a linear timeline. We're just going to get better and more progressive, and democracy will expand. But as we see, history is not linear, and we've definitely backslid. So that's what I think. And I don't know. It gets a little daunting and sometimes disheartening, but we have to hold on to the fact that even us having this conversation is something that we wouldn't be able to do if we were completely a lost cause. So let's put it that way.
Ellie, your thoughts? I know you're limited on time.
Well, I'm just about to jump up, but I was going to say I heard a stat somewhere recently that 70% of the world is still under a dictatorship at this moment. So the idea of like a superpower falling to dictatorship would probably take another big chunk of that percentage.
Yep.
So that's kind of scary to think that it's that close. And again, I don't know if you brought this up before, and I'll drop it and then I have to go, and I apologize. But that idea of the Qatari Air Force Base being put in Idaho, and what that means for the entirety of everything. I don't know. That blew my mind this morning.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we're going to definitely talk about that. Melissa and I may have a specific vet talk on that too, because I'm concerned, to say the least.
You should write a strongly
worded letter. I'm gonna write a strongly worded letter to Chuck Schumer.
All right, I'm gonna hop off, guys.
Thanks, Ellie.
Bye.
You should have let Ellie go first. I'm sorry.
I should have.
I'm sorry. I feel like I
dropped the ball on that. That
it's
was
all
bad
good.
hosting.
No,
Ellie.
you're not bad. I'm bad. Okay, I'm bad.
I'm new at all of those things. I'm learning. It's to answer some of the questions, at least in. Oh my God, my dogs are barking in the background. So somebody decided to turn on a lawnmower, and that's my dog's nemesis.
It's okay.
But yeah, we won't go too far into this. I think right now is the Qatari thing in USO, because I think there's going to be a lot of pushback from allowing that to actually go forward, and it's going to get stopped. But the plan is to put a permanent installation or piece of an installation for Qatari military to train on F-15s in U.S. soil, which would mean that we would be flying U.S. F-15 planes over U.S. soil with foreign pilots
Unbelievable.
who we are not vetting in any way, I bet, other than
no,
just
of course not.
that they are Qatari military, and somehow that makes them acceptable right up front, because we don't do any national security anymore.
Nope.
Along with the idea that the U.S. military can now train as though we're at war over U.S. cities and U.S. soil. Who knows if that pilot is a Qatari pilot or an American pilot flying over U.S. city? And if that's a Qatari pilot, are they going to just shoot on Americans?
Yeah.
Well, if it's an American pilot, are they going to just shoot?
Yeah, that too. But
Americans.
I doubt Americans will for a very long time. I think that's going to be a really hard sell for a lot of these pilots and folks to be able to hey, shoot on Americans. They're going to be like, yeah, no thanks. I'm not going to do that.
Well, that's why they're purging. But they're purging the military. That's why they want all of these MAGA types to join the military. They're getting rid of those, who actually believe in the Constitution. So,
yes,
it's shocking.
Well, I actually don't think it's terribly shocking, because I think that's probably the carrot they used to get Qatar to put pressure on Hamas to accept the ceasefire deal.
Yes.
And since they're the key money laundering center of the universe, it kind of fits with Donald Trump's desire for good money laundering and corruption.
Yeah.
which, totally leaves out national security, but so does Trump.
This is what he is. He is the greatest threat to this country. Like when he wanted Putin to have some kind of they were going to join up for cybersecurity in America, and people just laughed out loud. But this is what we're dealing with. He's like the enemy, when everything is a projection or a confession. He's the enemy of the people. Okay. It's the truth. They all are. It's shocking. I'm shocked. I still am shocked sometimes when I saw that about the Qatari. I just can't believe the bottom just keeps falling out. I shouldn't be shocked. I guess I'm also infuriated. So, yeah. I don't know. Hope gets in there sometimes, but not much. It's very difficult. We're living in very difficult
I'm
times.
just numb most of the time. Are we not all just numb?
Yeah, right. That's part of it. That's part of what they want to induce. This is even in Project 2025. If you read
Right.
Project 2025, which was their blueprint, they were going to implement this in 90 days. Everything is going to be a blitzkrieg, and that's I use that word deliberatively because that's what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. They had to do it fast, so because democracy is designed to be slow to respond to and that is not a bad thing. That's a feature. We're not supposed to have immediate wars and whatnot. The fact that that Mike Johnson has given Trump the power of basically a king. There is no Article 1 branch anymore. He's completely abdicated that role, and it's being normalized. And people actually think this is normal on the right wing, and they're like, "I'm cool with the autocracy. I'm cool with the dictator, as long as they I guess hate the same people you do." I mean, all right. I'm sorry. I don't mean to monopolize, but it's a lot. It's a lot.
It's like it's the whole not slip up. I think it was a slip up. Actually, it was the plenary authority.
Oh yes.
Power from Stephen Miller, which I think is a huge deal and needs to be spoken about a lot, because that means absolute power and control. That means, just like Terry, you just said, was Article 1 has been abdicated for Article 2 for what used to be called the unitary executive, which is just now a dictator.
That's right. Yep.
It's always been a dictator.
Yes.
Just calling them an executive doesn't make it any less.
Exactly. Like Putin calls himself president. So does Xi. They're not presidents. These are dictators. And the fact that we call them president too says everything, that we are enabling the gaslighting of, and that's what will happen in the future. If our country falls to authoritarianism completely, and that's the end of it, he'll be a president. He won't be a king, because it has a more palatable ring to it. It gives and it's just like in ancient Rome. I love history and I study history, and it's the same thing. If we travel back in time to Rome around the beginning of the the first emperor Augustus, and you asked people, do you live in a republic or an autocracy? They would say we live in a republic, and they had local elections and everything like that. And that's and when Pompeii was decimated by Vesuvius, there was an election going on. We know this because we see the graffiti on the walls. And that's what will happen here, except the king will have ultimate authority, and you'll be free within the constraints of what they have set out for you. And it's just disgusting, the whole thing. People need to wake up. I know we know, and thank God that we could still talk about it. So,
and because Banner and Backbone is an independent media network, I'm going to call out CNN for trying to then edit the video.
Amen.
And
disgusting.
Removing it and redoing it so that he didn't say plenary powers or plenary powers.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's what Trump.
Can you imagine having
ABC
breaking news live on your network and erasing it?
No, I wouldn't do that. Transparency is king or key or whatever or queen or whoever you want to call it. Transparency is what makes democracy and republics actually thrive.
even just from a journalistic standpoint, you got the biggest scoop of the day.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Why are you hiding it?
To then
Expose it.
delete it.
Yeah. It's your job to be like, oh, this
Exactly. Well, that just
wrong.
says it all right there. Who's on our side? We're here because of the corporate media continuously normalizing this. And if that's not a prime example, I mean, they just manipulated the news. It's going to go down in history as a real moment. If we get to the other side, they're going to study this period, and that's going to make one of the prime examples of how our media failed us.
Yeah.
Really.
So should we move into our first chapter then, which is do not obey.
Yes, I have notes. I have notes.
Good.
All right. So first chapter, do not obey in advance. And you see all of my highlights. But this is the anticipatory obedience that has been shown even here with all of these warnings. This is what people are doing. They're obeying in advance.
Melissa, jump in.
Right. I just jotted down. Oh man, I just jotted down right off the top of my head without opening anything, to just immediately the first chapter of this book just sort of gets my red up, because not just the journalist, which our media did immediately, within 10 months, the censorship of corporate media is absolutely breathtaking. And that's proven by that clip a couple days ago where CNN has the biggest breaking news, maybe of the month. You've got this mouthpiece for the regime saying out loud something so atrocious and so against democracy, and you delete it. So not only corporate media completely rolling over in less than 10 months, you have schools across America beginning to implement anti-trans rules throughout school districts. You've got state governments either fortifying defenses or proposing the most radical bills that, these far right bills that they've been holding in the wings. Now you've got states like South Carolina and Alabama and Arkansas and Florida going crazy, pushing the most crazy far right legislation that we've ever seen.
We'll get Stephanie back. She'll be able to join back in a second, I think. I'm not sure what happened.
So we have state governments, then we have corporations rolling over and only self-correcting when the public strikes out with boycotts. You've got colleges signing over extraordinary powers to the government and allowing them to arrest and expel foreign students and dictate policy on campus protesting. And you have all the way down to local cities, towns, and municipalities that are moving ahead with unconstitutional surveillance, like I've been covering with the Flock case. So it's not just the media and journalism that has capitulated. You've got it trickle down all the way to our local little towns. My city has a population of 220,000 people. That's it. We're not a big city. And now the federal government is injecting itself into this Flock camera civil suit. Why do you think the federal government is interjecting in a mass surveillance suit? So from top to bottom, I will agree that I am extremely concerned with how rapidly Americans and American institutions have completely capitulated.
It's shameful. They should be ashamed. And I hope that we're taking note and that we don't forget when we get to the other side who did capitulate. Because Timothy Snyder talks about this in the book too, about what if no one plays the game, he says. That's how you start with the regime, because the regime doesn't know what it can get away with. And it does these things to test the resolve of the people and the institutions. And then it's like, okay, I guess there will be no pushback, and it keeps on pushing. And you see, this is how disgusting they are, because these are people that have the money and the power to say F you to the regime.
Right.
But we're here, on our podcasts standing up we're not making millions of dollars, and we're the ones that are, doing this in spite. And there goes CNN.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
and
Disgusting.
ABC is bought out and CBS is bought out. The problem isn't even well, they did obey in advance because they got purchased by right-wing
Mhm.
owners and corporations that were part of a coordinated effort behind the scenes, because Project 2025 has been going on forever now. They just used to call it Dominionism and the Seven Mountain
Mm.
Mandates. Now they just call it Project 2025 because they all got together and were like, yep, we're going to finally make it happen because we're finally there.
Right.
They bought everything. Like the fact that Nexstar and Sinclair broadcast groups are about to own almost 80% of
Yep.
both the content distribution and networks themselves, is scary. That used to be separated for a reason.
Yep.
Because you can't own both the distribution platform and the distributor. Like
Yes.
that's
Right.
a monopoly, or as
Mhm.
they like to say on their side, a monopsony, because you own both. It's a monopsony is a Shyam Sankar axiom that he uses. He is one of the CEOs or CTOs at Palantir who got embedded in the U.S. Army Reserve.
Oh,
Actually,
God.
not embedded, commissioned as a
Commissioned as a lieutenant general.
lieutenant general.
Oh, that's
Interesting.
right. I remember
And
this.
What
a shock.
lieutenant colonel.
Why do I keep saying
Um,
shock? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's gonna get that word out of my mouth.
Was it lieutenant
Yeah,
colonel?
lieutenant colonel, and he in the Army Reserves in Detachment 201, which is the Executive Innovation
Oh my God.
Task Force, and which was a program that Biden had piloted, and instead of canceling, they just kept going through with it and let Trump pick who he wanted to be put in there.
Wow.
And he's part of Palantir, owned by Peter Thiel, and that wing of the party who believe in TESCREAL and some really fucked up shit about like killing off 2/3 of the country because only 100 million of us should live here, and there's
That's
340 million of us, and that won't do.
I have to interject here. If you have not taken the time to read the new, I know it's long. I started reading the defense authorization bill that we just passed, that though unbelievably shocked. I cannot believe that our senators read this before voting on it. I started taking notes of every single article within it that was problematic. And I started on an envelope because I didn't think it would be that much. And in this, we are developing new branches of the Army, one of which is going to be called Civil Affairs, and another one for I can't recall. I'm going to come back with the name of, but we are also beginning a pilot program within the military for generative AI and spatial computing.
Oh, God.
While we have embedded the tech CEOs.
Skynet. We're building Skynet and Terminator because they want to do drone. If you've ever played I like playing video games. If you've ever played the Horizon Zero Dawn series. Basically this is the premise to that game, is the entirety of global civilization was wiped out because we made drone tech and drone swarm tech, and we put it into this powerful generative AI system called Gaia that in the end, to try and like keep the world alive after everybody died, and repopulate humanity, except one of the pieces of the software decided to take over Hades, and spread a virus throughout and kept killing everybody using drone tech. And it's an awesome video game series, probably one of the coolest. It's a female led character, and it's like a third person sort of like combat game. It's so much fun.
I
The
love that.
cutscene when you start the game, like my favorite part of the entire game is when you see her like running and she jumps across a log and she's a kid, and then she lands and she's an adult, and it's so cool to see the trend. Like it's
That's
right
cool.
at the beginning in the cutscene. Great show, but it kind of preludes what they want, or like Terminator style
Oh
stuff.
yeah,
For those who
definitely.
know more,
It's
like,
well, that's that whole Curtis Yarvin
oh yeah,
bullshit. This is the other thing that the corporate media has failed us. You know, remember how much we had to hear about Obama palling around with terrorists because he sat on a board with Bill Ayers, and Bill Ayers hosted a fundraiser for him once, and then we had to hear that shit for years and years about him palling around with terrorists. But we didn't hear anything about JD Vance palling around with Peter Thiel, who funded JD Vance's entire career, and also Curtis Yarvin, who both of them say that democracy is the worst thing that happened to the world, and they want this technocratic autocracy to take over, and like everything you're talking about, this new enlightenment they call it, and
Mhm.
it's just disgusting. And that's what I'm talking about. You know, the corporate media has given us the the silos of information, but it's not telling us the actual story that's going on, and we're in big trouble because of it. So it really
Yeah,
is true.
or Minority Report,
Hmm.
Lefty Prof. Your great point on that is like they want to do predictive policing. It's not predictive.
Right.
It's not even predictive policing. It's they want to do predictive profiling. Is more accurate what they want to do,
Hmm.
and the police agencies obeyed in advance a long time ago because
Right.
this is what they were set up for. Like they were set up to abuse the system and overlook laws and only pick and choose which laws they want to enforce or pick people up for. And it's fairly the history of policing in the U.S. is based around keeping Black people enslaved
Hmm.
um, and keeping minorities
Sure.
enslaved and poor people enslaved, and so they
And
and women,
women.
yeah,
Yep.
And
yeah,
women.
and
That's
so
it.
it's been
Did you hear after I've been like warning people about these flock cameras and the capabilities, a woman in Texas, a resident, left Texas to get an abortion, came back to the state, was arrested, and they had used 83,000 flock cameras to track this woman's movements from her home
Oh.
to the abortion clinic in the other state and back so that they could charge her. And now Flock tried to deny that they were using their network for that, but a leaker actually pulled the record. And every time you want to perform a search in Flock, you have to provide a reason. It's a mandatory field. And the reason literally said, had an abortion, comma, searching for
Holy
female.
moly.
yeah, and the fact that
Like we said,
Right.
this is exactly what they're going to use this technology for. And
That's
everyone
right.
said we were crazy conspiracy theorists. And now that's exactly what they're using the technology for.
yeah,
It's
and
terrifying.
we'll say it very broadly, disclaimer for everybody, none of us are suicidal, none of us are advocating for any
Right.
violence or anything
Not
in
at all.
any way towards any of these companies. We are just advocating for legal clarity and transparency, and we want to hold people accountable for when they do things that are illegal and breaking the law, such as collecting data on people and using it to target people in ways that violate their constitutional amendments and their
Right.
constitutional rights to free movement and
Right.
free interstate travel without being surveilled by the police department, and the police being able to use that without any request or access or knowledge from that person in any way that their data is or availably being used. But then again, and yes, we advocate for nonviolent
Yeah, absolutely.
responses in any way, only legal responses. We are advocating for things at times like citizen-led citizen-led petitions for civil suits, for holding people actually accountable on a civil side, because we can still do that.
Yeah.
Like such as Jesse Waters or Brian Kilmeade advocating for violence on Fox News. Those things should not be allowed. Or being labeled as terrorists because we're on the left. But that's all been allowed on TV and normalized and things like that because media obeyed in advance
That's right.
and is continuing to obey in advance. And we're losing credibility and respect from groups like even like NPR, because they just platformed Caroline Leavitt again.
Oh God.
And didn't even push back on
Yep.
her. Like NPR, one of the most just neutrally kind of progressive networks
Yep.
available, because fact leans progressive. Facts
That's
lean
it.
progressive rather than conservative on like 90% of the issues. They're just over here just going, yep, okay, whatever. Here you go, Caroline Leavitt. Have this
Because they're
space.
afraid.
Talk
Well,
hate.
and that's why that is actually what Timothy Snyder talks about in his book, about how in Germany people would just put placards up in their businesses and whatnot just to be left alone. Leave me
Mhm.
alone. You know, I want to just do my business. See, I'm a good one. Don't bother me. Don't look at me. And that in itself is exclusive, and it makes it separates us and them, and it feeds into the power of the regime, and then people get more terrified and stop speaking out. People, that's why I always say from the beginning of this, all these institutions had to do was stick together and say F you to this baboon. No offense to
Yeah.
baboons, but they didn't. You know, these are
Yeah.
people with billions of dollars. They could have done it.
Yeah, like chapter 2 in the book covers is defend institutions, and that covers exactly what we're talking about. But institutions don't defend themselves. Like they can't just do it on their own. The people at the institutions have to have an ethical code and a moral system that upholds and be like, hey, no, we don't want to do this.
Right.
Like that's bad, because the desk jockeys are the ones who enable fascism to happen. Like that's how Germany had fascism so spread out and so quickly enabled, was because the lawyers led it, and the business folks and people and professional communities.
That's
What
right.
I just did. The professional communities were just like, yeah, we'll let our ethics bend and break until we just do it ourselves. Like
Yep.
most of the leaders in Hitler's movements for ethnically cleansing the
Yep.
Jews were lawyers,
Right.
because they said we could do it, and shady business people who were like, oh yeah, we'll make a bunch of money on it.
They
Like
liked it.
the prison industrial complex that
That's
we have
it.
in the US
Cheap
is
labor. Right. No
Mhm.
no unions.
Right.
Cheap labor, slave labor.
Right to
Great.
work.
Wonderful. Exactly.
Like I lost my job in July due
And in
to
the
right to work, and like
Oh,
that's one of those things I think nobody talks about enough.
that's right.
Is
Right to work.
that was the labor unions bending to fascism a long time ago, saying,
Mhm.
yeah, we'll give up on the fight for collective bargaining.
Right. Right. Exactly. Which is democracy in the workforce. That's
Yeah.
all it is. It's getting a seat at the table. And if you're not at the
Mhm.
table, you're on the menu, as they say. And that's the truth. They have no respect for working people in this country. And that's why they divide us across racial lines primarily, and everything. And of course, trans people are just like, say the target, which is exactly what happened in Nazi Germany too. They attacked
Mhm.
trans people. And what's really irritating about the right is that for all the conspiracies they see under every rock, they don't see the oldest conspiracy playing out right in front of their faces, which is divide and conquer and make the rich richer. That's what's happening. It's
Yeah.
really about keeping us in our place and having us with
Yeah.
no ability to
And
do
in the
anything about it.
in the book says he instructs us, Timothy Snyder instructs us to choose an institution you care about, a court, newspaper, law, labor union, and take its side. And for a minute, like when I read that, I was like, well, what institution am I going to pick? Because they're all like crumbling. And that's why I think I've chosen to focus on the law and the courts and look at cases that
Yes.
definitely affect me immediately in my city. And I'm going to follow that case with a magnifying glass, and I'm going to put every piece of documentation that we find publicly on the internet so that the public can see not only what's actually going on with the use of these cameras in my little city, but also the underlying implications of what are these statements saying when they come out from flock safety? What are these statements saying when they come out from the federal government? What are they actually telling us? Because what this case in particular is telling me is that we don't have the right to privacy and a right to a warrantless surveillance existence
Oh,
in
oh yeah,
America. So I've chosen to get behind the institution of the courts because to me, it kind of looks like that's the only true institution that's really fighting back is the courts and holding their
right.
ground in many cases.
And that's exactly how, when I was mentioning Poland, if we look into that, for I kind of see that as our beacon of hope, because they were able to push back against their authoritarian takeover, and it was because of they had independent media that could speak truth to the regime, and the courts. So that, and we have that to a degree, but we also have this corrupt and illegitimate Supreme Court, which is really concerning. And I don't know. I don't see the Democrats really having any. We're all frustrated with the Democrats because of their messaging is so poor, and that's the truth. They should have been messaging from the beginning that all of them are corrupt and illegitimate, like the corrupt and illegitimate Amy Coney Barrett, who couldn't even wait for Ruth Bader Ginsburg's body to be in the ground when Mitch McConnell called her and said, "Hey, you want to come join me in my coup against the court?" She's like, "Sure." And everybody is, and like from Gorsuch on, they're all illegitimate.
Mhm.
Kavanaugh screaming, pounding the table, revenge of the Clintons. I mean, where do we live? These people are unfit, and they're all corrupt and illegitimate. And in order to do something about the court, we have to message that too. We have to call them corrupt and illegitimate and make the people understand really what's going on here. And doing something about the court would be, it's a patriotic imperative. It's not destroying the court. They've already destroyed it. We have to get it back. So, and that's true. I mean,
Yeah,
look at what Kavanaugh did. Just giving Trump immunity. What?
which I want to make sure I like to remind people is
Yes.
that can be overturned. Like Supreme
Hmm.
Court, it just made up out of whole cloth presidential immunity. There's nothing in the Constitution that
That's
says that
right.
exists, and it should not exist in any way because they should be held accountable. Because when you're done being president, you are a citizen again, and
That's
that's how the
right.
Constitution works. That's how our society works. Because citizen is the highest rank of office, of civil office in this country, is voter and citizen, not president. President
That's
is the
right.
servant of the people. We need to start reminding people that all the time. Is
Amen.
public servants are public servants, and you serve us, not private interest, but public interest.
Hmm.
There was something I wanted to mention in the comments. Oh, yeah, it was so it doesn't get lost just in the comments too, is most people don't like to, or a lot of people on the right do not like to be reminded that Dobbs was not about abortion. It was
Right.
about body and data privacy. And the right to your privacy as data is constituted,
Mm.
especially from a health side. And if you, and as a male who knows this from experience, is if your wife has to ever be asked a question such as, does your husband have a vasectomy? They get to look into your medical records now and check. They did it with mine.
Wow.
And I didn't get asked
Oh
by
my
anyone.
God.
They could do that. They just went in and checked. Um, my wife did ask, like, is my husband supposed to sign off? They're like, and as from what I remember, was like, no, you didn't have to, because they looked into it and I didn't know about it
Oh
until
my
I got
God.
told way after. Um, and so that's what data privacy means, folks. Like, people don't, the men, if you have if you don't think this impacts you, it does. Like, they know what your medical records are by extension because they have your wife's, and they can access anything that is attached to
Right.
your wife or your daughter or your son or anybody. And like, I had my medical records hacked. This year I got a notice saying that my medical records were hacked in a very Doge sounding
Oh
hack.
God.
Um,
That's probably what it was.
and I'm part of the VA system,
Right.
so it wouldn't surprise me, because Doug Collins is a piece of shit who capitulated
That's right.
just by existing. So, like, yeah, privacy doesn't mean anything in the U.S. They obeyed a
No,
long time ago when they got rid of Dobbs. But
that's
yeah,
right. Right.
um,
Right.
and I know Terry, you've got
Yeah, I gotta pop off at around 10 minutes. If
yeah. So I want to wrap up our discussion for today,
oh, okay.
so that we can give you time, Tara, to let everybody know where they can find you,
Oh,
things
thank
like
you.
that,
That's
support your
nice.
network.
Yes, please.
Because one of the things that I found, like Melissa said, or you brought up, is focus in on one thing that we really want to do and can help an institution.
Mm-hmm.
I'm helping the media institution. That's what I found
Yes.
that I really like doing, is I like connecting people, and hosting shows like this and interacting with the crowd,
Yes.
and our guests and our audience. And so the media institution used to be our fourth wall, like was
You're
the
right.
fourth pillar in the American democracy that held truth to power and real truth. And I want to get back to that. And I've been talking with a lot of people to help build up communities and platforms like this and increase Banner and Backbone,
Yes.
and how others can get involved in places like that. So, one, I want you to know there's an open invite for you to come back
Thank you. Hey,
to the book club. Please do
thank
join
you.
us. If
Thank
you
you.
can
I
next week, we'd
will.
love
Are
to
you
have you.
kidding me? Yeah, I will. I believe in everything that you're doing. I think it's so important. And
Thank you.
yeah, and that's why I do what I do. My lane, I think, is also the media. I have a degree in communications, and this is what I've studied. This is what I do. And I do believe that until they come knocking on the door and taking me away, I guess I'll keep doing it. And I think that people, I hate e-begging, but we all need the support. That's for sure. We don't have billionaire benefactors, so come in. We can only do this with everyone's help. And the way I look at it is, we're in this together. I end my show all the time saying, we stick together, we win. And that is the truth. We have to, like the founders, they pledged their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor to each other. There's nothing more woke than that. There's nothing more e pluribus unum, right? That was our
Mhm.
original motto: out of many, one. We got to get back to that we care about each other, where we should care that people don't have health care. That's the other thing with this thing that's going on with the shutdown. I just saw that Trump is firing people now. It
Mhm.
came up on my phone. You know, that's disgusting, and we shouldn't tolerate that anyone being treated like this. It's just absolutely an abomination. So, all right, I know I do have to go, but thank you for letting me on this incredible, important discussion. And I hope to join you again with more of that, because we really are. We have our work cut out for us, and thank you for letting me be a part of this, and thank you guys for all your support. So thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for joining us today, too.
All
So
right.
It
I
was
want to
so
make
great
sure.
meeting you.
Great meeting you too, and I'll have you guys on Tara Buster. So,
Yes.
and
Oh,
this is
Excellent.
Tara
love.
Jr., my emotional support cat.
Oh,
One of them at least. So we all need.
we
That's
all have
something I'm afraid of. When they come through the door, I'm like, my cats, my guinea
Yeah.
pig.
my
Who's gonna?
dogs, my snake.
Yes,
Someone's got
right,
to take care of them.
right.
Mhm.
Can we do
And
something about that, please? Right, before
yeah,
you take me away. No,
like, please let me call a snake friend or
right.
Yeah.
a cat host or
Exactly.
a dog watcher
Exactly.
for a while at least. And so I put up also is
Thank you.
your Political Voices Network that
Yes.
you are affiliated with
Yes.
too.
Thank you. Yes, we are growing the Political Voices Network, and I write articles on my Substack through the Political Voices Network. And on Fridays, my show is streamed on Political Voices Network, and there'll be more shows to come. So I'm doing some more shows on there, and yeah, it's just a lot. I got a lot to think about and do. It's a lot,
There's
but
always a lot.
yeah,
Yeah.
but my sister always says, we'll sleep when we're dead. That's the
Yeah.
truth. And this is what we have cut out for us now. Our work is cut out for us. And I practice Buddhism, and then in Buddhism we say, okay, you picked this lifetime, you picked your life. we'll see. I don't know if I, when I'm in my next life, hopefully a little bit more relaxing. But yeah, I guess I picked fighting fascism. I didn't expect it, but we do have, this is our patriotic duty. We all served in the military, everyone in this discussion here and I joined after September 11th because I wanted to help my country. And I still want to help my country, and I've always cared about other people. I find it abhorrent that Republicans like Marjorie Taylor Greene suddenly cares about healthcare because their kids have a bill.
Yeah.
Well, where were you before? So many people have needlessly died or gone bankrupt because they can't afford healthcare. And we're in this together. That's why FDR was brilliant by making Social Security belong to everyone. And that's the only way we should roll. Everyone in, nobody out is the only American value. And that's patriotic. So thank you for listening. Thank you for letting me, join in the discussion. And I will see you soon.
See you soon.
All
Thank
right.
you,
I'll talk
Tara,
to you
so
soon, and I'll
much.
have everybody on the show. And Stephanie, I see you in the chat. So yes.
Love it. Thank you so much, Tara. I
I'll talk to you
appreciate
guys
it.
later. Thank you.
Awesome. And before you go, Melissa, I want to also pop yours up here, and then I'm going to get our other two hosts on there as well, and get theirs up there. I wish Stephanie's didn't have a technical issue today. So Melissa, can you give yourself a little boost and tell everyone where they can find you too?
Sure. I just dropped my link in the chat for $4 a month subscription forever. I would really appreciate paid subscriptions. We are working around the clock. Like I said, I was up till 10 o'clock last night reading the NDAA, the Defense Authorization Act, that is the budget, and what the Pete is looking to change in our military over the coming year. And I am shocked, and that's going to provide yet another project that I need to dive into so I can bring that information to you. So every one of those paid subscriptions helps buy me coffee, pay my light bill, and also help contribute directly to the work, like downloading thousands of court documents.
Yep. And those are all things that we're going to need and have to have. So please, everyone, subscribe where you can with Melissa and spread her work. And then we have our two co-hosts that dropped early. Also, we have Stephanie Wilson with Freedom Over Fascism. She is an amazing friend of the show. She does stuff with me on Mondays with a chronic illness discussion. She has her own podcast, like I said, Freedom Over Fascism. She put her link in the chat also for her website. So go subscribe to her wherever she's available on all her podcasting platforms. That really helps is if you subscribe on multi-platform. And if you need to if you get multi-emails and stuff, always be willing to mute emails for any of us if you need to and you get too much, but never, hopefully don't unsubscribe. The website is the Substack. Awesome. So yeah, join Stephanie at Freedom Over Fascism. She's fantastic. She's doing a lot of great work. She's had some really great interviews and is continuing to have really good interviews, and love to see what she's doing out there. Next is everyone's favorite and our favorite investigative muckraker is Ellie Leonard. And so she's the panicked unpaid writer. She doesn't look as panicked anymore, and she's less unpaid than she used to be. So again, support Ellie, become a subscriber, paid subscriber for her, for Stephanie, for Melissa, for Tara, and for all of the networks. And then finally, and support Ellie as she continues to grow on more of her investigative work into the Epstein cases. There's a lot of great stuff she's working on and things coming out. And she's at the heart of making sure that the truth comes out and accountability happens. So definitely help her subscribe there. And then second to last, myself, Sick of This Shit Publications. That's my private, or that's my personal publication. I'm working on building a poetry novel of things that I write: political, social commentary, chronic issues. I talk about chronic health issues a lot. I am running a 50% off flash sale until the end of the day today. So come and join me on Sick of This Shit Publications for 50% off until the end of the day. That's for your first year on annual or paid subscriptions, and any support helps. I'm trying to make this a full-time gig, and it really does need the support to help keep growing. But free subscribers are really appreciated too, though that's a huge component of it all. And then finally, please support Banner and Backbone itself. Become a paid sub, free sub, whatever you want to with Banner and Backbone. Help us grow. We are an independent media network that is actively growing and actively working to support various issues, such as what Melissa is working on for her investigative reporting into the courts and the surveillance state, as well as we're working with Centered America now to set up a mutual aid fund to support Americans who are going to be hit really hard by the furloughs, by disobeying in illegal orders, and possibly being jailed if they're in the military on active service. And this is to help their families and them, as well as furloughed federal workers and possibly fired federal workers who need our support. Because if they're going to do the right thing and they're going to stand up to fascism, they need to know we have their backs. So look out for updates around Banner Aid and different things that are going to be coming out there as we build out our side of the mutual aid fund in conjunction with Centered America. So again, thank you everyone for joining today. Thank you, Melissa, so much. Any closing thoughts before we go?
Nope, just reminding everyone, this is the book. I love that we've now gotten the resource thriftbooks.org if you want to buy a thrifted copy. So keep those dollars out of Bezos' pockets.
Yes, and we will, as always, put links to bookstore.org and thrift books on there so that everyone can go to one of those two sites. They help local libraries or just through thrifted books, and it's one, less expensive, but it also too actually helps and puts back into the community. That's what this is all about, is rebuilding community and rebuilding togetherness. So thank you everyone for coming, for all the support today. Really appreciate it. We look forward to having all of our amazing guests back next week. And we will be continuing our discussion next week of Timothy Snyder's On Tyranny. This has been Banner and Backbone. I'm Nick Perro with Melissa Corrigan for our Anti-Fascist Book Club. Thank you, everyone. Have a great Friday. Hello, good afternoon, good morning, whatever time of day it is for you. Welcome to Banner and Backbone. This is Anti-Fascist Book Club, episode 6, I believe that said, taking institutional responsibility. I am Nick Perro. I am joined today by two guests and friends, Tara Devlin and Christopher Goldsmith. Welcome, both of you. How are you today?
So far, so good. Fair to partly cloudy. I don't know. It's tough times out there. That's for sure.
Been busy, but good busy.
Good. I'm glad you guys are here with us. It's good to have you.
Thank you.
There's always a ton of shit going on.
Amen.
And I mean, they told us they were going to do it, which is throw everything at the wall and fucking see what sticks, and they're
Yep.
kind of throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Mhm.
And so today's show is a continuation of last week, which is we're working on reading through On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder. And before we get into it, I do want to allow both Tara and Chris a couple moments to introduce themselves to everybody, so everyone in the audience knows who y'all are. It looks like we got a couple people watching on YouTube with us, and we're live streaming on Substack as always. So Tara, do you mind giving yourself
Yeah, sure. Hey guys, I'm Tara Devlin. I have a show, Tara Buster, on the Political Voices Network and on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/C for channel/Tara Buster. It's also available as a podcast and all that. And I write on Substack and, generally try to make the world safe for democracy and with the work that I do. And I'm glad that you guys are here. So yeah, if you can subscribe to my Substack, that'd be great. And the YouTube, we're going to have it. We have a live show every Friday night at 8:30 p.m. on YouTube and the Political Voices Network. So, hang out and yeah. And there's going to be more shows actually. So just
Awesome.
Yeah.
So
That's
excited to see what's
Yeah, there'll be more more to come. So thank you.
Good. And Chris, welcome again. It's good to see
Thank
you. Do you mind introducing yourself? You have a pretty important role in the Anti-Fascist Book Club itself. And we're super excited to have you with us to join in the book club discussions. So everyone, Christopher Goldsmith.
Well, thank you. So for those who don't recognize me, my name is Chris Goldsmith, former United States Army Sergeant, founder of Task Force Butler Institute and Veterans Fighting Fascism. We launched these organizations years ago, so the context in which they exist has changed around us. Veterans Fighting Fascism, our major project right now is promoting the Anti-Fascist Book Club. And this actually started from a one-off TikTok video that I did back in November of last year after the election. People were freaking out. They wanted to know, what do we do now that we are facing, a second term of Donald Trump with Project 2025 and everything that means. So I came up with a list of books that I felt were essential in helping people understand tyranny and how to fight against it. That video exploded. People started telling me they were starting their own book clubs based on the reading list that I made. And people kept coming back to me for instructions. So I wrote them. So anyone who wants to set up their own anti-fascist book club, if you're so inspired after joining us for this episode of the Banner and Backbone Anti-Fascist Book Club, the instruction manual is for free on veteransfightingfascism.org.
That's great.
Awesome. And we'll have links and everything up throughout the show, and ways you can find things. And so good to have you in with us, Chris.
Thank you. I do have to leave at, unfortunately, what time is it? 1 o'clock. I have to bounce. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. Next time, hopefully.
Sarah has an interview she's going to be doing, which is amazing. So,
well, on Hal Sparks' show, but I'll be promoting what we're doing here with Hal, and I'm sure he'll be happy to share that as well. So,
awesome.
Great.
And that's fantastic. We love promoting this message. Like I said, Chris is the one who started all of this, and is a lot of the head of all of this, and he's been asking and begging for support for a long time. So people are finally listening, me included. Which is Melissa and I started this book club virtually, so that we could get the Banner and Backbone community involved. And we have over 100 people with us on Substack right now. We have 15 people on YouTube watching us. And this is going to be, so far, one of the largest shows we've had with the least amount of hosts here, which is fantastic because that means y'all are coming back. And so I want to give Tara and Chris, both you, some time to give your thoughts. I'll lead with you, Tara, because I'm going to learn from last time when I didn't lead with Ellie. I'm going to lead with you this time, Tara. What are your thoughts on where? So last week we read through the prologue and about the first two chapters, and we discussed through about the first two chapters of Timothy Snyder's On Tyranny, which includes "Do not obey in advance" and "Defend institutions." And where we ended was you sort of asked, like, what institution means the most to us and what are we doing to defend it, and how are we working to uphold those institutions. And Melissa Corrigan said that she is defending the judicial branch, and she is working to report and spread knowledge around the judicial branch and keep that alive, and keep through the power of media is she, and investigative journalism. She's going to help push for transparency in the judiciary. And I said mine was, I'm going to help rebuild the media. Like, it fucking sucks. The media sucks in a lot of ways, and there's not a lot of good spaces for men that need to relearn how to be good men. And dads don't have a lot of spaces that are visible where you have positive parenting influences or role models for your kids. Like, I don't want to bash on YouTubers, but there are certain YouTubers that I do not want my children watching their videos for, but they're on YouTube Kids because I know they don't support good things, even though they do good things like build wells in Africa and promote other really good products, but they kind of suck otherwise. So I want to get your thoughts on ending chapter 2 because Tara, you didn't give your thoughts, and Chris, I'd love to hear your thoughts into it, on what institution are you most focused on trying to defend, and then how does that lead into the next chapters and concepts of the one-party state and taking responsibility for the face of the world.
Right. Well, I'm with you, really, Nick, about the institution that I feel is most important for me to protect is the media and communications. Human beings are storytellers. I have a master's degree in communications, but that I am of the belief, and I do believe there's some research to back it up, that we are in this divided country because of the media, because of the Telecommunications Act of 96 that's consolidated media into the hands of a few from over 50 companies owning our platforms to now only 5. And that's just unacceptable. As we saw with the Jimmy Kimmel thing, even when the people pushed back, there were a few cranky billionaires that said, we're not going to play Jimmy Kimmel in these parts of the world. And I mean, in parts of the country. And that in itself, just think about that. One guy is going to tell millions of people what they can or cannot access as far as media. And this is why, the American people are so divided, because Fox News makes people, there are studies that say Fox News makes their viewers less informed than people who watch no news at all. People aren't coming up with this on their own. And there's other studies that say that the more Trump lies, the more, of course, he affects people's opinions. They believe the lies. So, and they know this. And this is why every fascist authoritarian state begins with a takeover of the media. And it happened in Nazi Germany. One of the first things they did was they had a billionaire, well, I guess at the time it was a millionaire benefactor who bought a struggling newspaper. And that's how they started getting their poison out into the ecosystem. So, yes, that's what I really believe that. And in fact, Thomas Jefferson said that if he had to choose a government or or newspapers, if he had to pick, he would pick newspapers, because because we need to communicate. We need to know what's going on. And like I said, human beings are storytellers, and that's what the fascists know. They have such a grasp on that. They the message. They're very good at messaging because they have nothing else to offer. But they're divisive and divisive messaging, and I guess they also very good at picking losers out of a society and giving them a lot of power. The losers that would never have power in a functioning society get a lot of power in a fascist society. So, but so that's what I'm defending. I believe that. I've been saying this for years. We got to get the media back. We have to. And that's why it's really important for people to go wherever we go, online, on mainstream media, but to hear the message of the progressive solution that created the country to begin with, and I believe built the middle class and will save this country again. I believe so. And as far as the one party state, we've been dealing with this for years. The Republicans called it the unitary executive. For years, they've been talking about that. And I was screaming about it back, when George W. Bush and Dick Cheney were talking about it. Because what are you talking about? You're talking about the no checks and balances, and you're talking about a king. That's what a unitary executive is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. They just don't like democracy. That's the bottom line. They want every hindrance out of the way because they're not very effective people otherwise. They want to be able to rig the game and step on our necks without us having to the ability to do anything about it. So that's what I'm doing. Anyway, here's my cat. So
Good. I mean, I think that's a great start.
Yes, and he has a cold, so he's sneezing.
Well, that happens too. Chris, what about you? What are your thoughts on here? What is the institution you're most focused in? And any response to what Tara had to say?
I'm a former lobbyist. I used to work for Vietnam Veterans of America. People hear the word lobbyist and they think it's like a dirty word, but you need people to defend institutions, and one of the institutions that I've been defending for as long as I've been, an activist is the Department of Veterans Affairs. It's where I get 100% of my healthcare and where I've gotten all of my healthcare since 2007. It is it has a benefits system that 9 million veterans around the country depend on.
This one included.
And in the last week, we've seen a great conflict between two institutions that I care about. One being the Washington Post and the other being the Department of Veterans Affairs. Last week, the Washington Post released a 2-part article, a deep dive investigative piece into fraud in the disability benefit system. And unfortunately, the Department of Veterans Affairs, run by the Trump administration, is not saying anything to the press when these stories are in the works, so they're not able to correct misinformation or contextualize malinformation or bad information. So what we saw last week was, I would guess hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of page views of readers getting the impression that veterans' disability benefits is like ripe with fraud. And that is a line of argument that is beneficial to the Trump administration, who wants to dismantle the VA. So I am working. One of the last things that I published on Substack was how the Trump administration baited the Washington Post into attacking its own Department of Veterans Affairs. This was malicious. And again, it's two institutions that I care about. I'm a paying subscriber to the Washington Post. Jeff Bezos sucks, but I'm also an Amazon customer because I don't really have a choice, right? And one of the journalists who wrote that piece, Lisa Rain, is someone who I've worked with, as I have been a source for her on multiple stories. I understand, the pressures that mainstream journalists are facing, and I understand how hard it is to try to write about what's going on in the federal government when you can't trust the federal government or they're not saying anything at all. So, through subscribing to newspapers and Substacks. I am trying to support the people that I know are doing good work, and at the same time, I'm writing in my own Substack. I'm the host, one of the co-hosts of the Find Out podcast, where we're getting the opportunity to interview politicians and talk about issues that are important not just to veterans but to people who care about democracy. So those are the two institutions that I'm focused on most. And it's a big part of the reason is not just because I care about them, because I recognize my talent. In my book club, Anti-Fascist Book Club series of videos, I talk about specialization. And how, Tara, you mentioned you've got a degree in communications. Like, this is your niche, right? And Nick, you're an English major, right?
No, I was a music theory and composition and computer science major.
There we go. So what people didn't see before the show launched was he walked this Neanderthal into how to live stream. So
I love putting together how-to guides and stuff and connecting people. What I found is I like connecting people, and I think that's why I like the media. But I like what you said is, both of you said, is it's more about multiple institutions that we can, because we can do two things at once and be really good at, say, 2 to 3 things. Don't overexert yourself past 3. Like 3 is pretty much your limit that you ever want to go to, and it's exhausting at 3 different things. So I would say I'm with you on the VA part, because I also get 100% of my healthcare through the VA. My family gets 100% of their healthcare through the VA, through the CHAMP VA, which is being attacked. And I don't know if they ended up pushing through the abortion ban, but I'm going to have to look into it, because that impacts dependence on the CHAMP VA system. And that's because I lost my job a couple months ago, and it's the only insurance that I can afford to get. And I'm lucky that I can get it, because it is free, because it's taxpayer funded. It's not actually free. Like, it's
socialized medicine. It's
socialized medicine.
Yeah, when I was active, I was in the National Guard, but I don't get VA healthcare. But when I was active, I would partake in going to the VA when necessary, and it was great. I loved it. It was like, here's my card and thanks.
Yeah, I don't have to get
later.
a bill in the mail for my hospital benefits. Like, CHAMP VA doesn't cover all the costs, but it's better. It's a cost sharing program, and it means I only have to pay up to 25% of the authorized amount. And that's a huge benefit. And every American should have that.
Yes, exactly.
I have it,
right?
Which means everybody else should have it too. Like, I feel lucky as a disabled veteran to get health care. Every American should feel normal to get health care and it not be tied to slavery.
Yes.
Which is your job.
Right. You're not free if you have to stay in a job because you need the health care, or even sign up. Before the ACA, in fact, I remember reading stories about, I read a particular story about a guy who had to join the military to get his wife cancer treatments. So, that's not free. You're not free.
Or veterans who are on TRICARE getting married so that their spouses can have coverage, because they do not exclude pre-existing conditions in TRICARE benefits, for now anyway.
Right.
And it allows people who, say, have cancer to get onto healthcare insurance. And I will not out how I know this, but I know this, not for me specifically, but I know this because it impacted my family in a way. And it's not fucking okay that they were forced to get married before, or in a time in a way they didn't want to. They were going to get married anyway, but they got forced to get married so that they could have health care.
Right.
Like, that's also slavery. That's also oppression towards women.
Absolutely.
Or disabled people, because we can't get fucking health care.
Well, it's oppression. Exactly. Well, Thomas Jefferson said that at the time, we weren't supposed to, we missed having not having a standing army by 1 vote. unfortunately. But and he wrote in one to, I don't remember who, but that we have no standing army because we have no paupers to furnish the materials. And that always strikes me when I think about stories like you're saying, because people, and as people who served, that a lot of people join because they have no other options. They need whatever the benefits, they need the bonus, they need to go to school, they're trying to better themselves. They're not doing it for mom and apple pie particularly, but this is the problem. We it's the country is set up so, and the way I look at it is that we have to have a country that everyone in, nobody out is the only American value, and that includes healthcare, because this is the patriotic thing to do. We don't leave anybody behind on the battlefield. We don't leave them behind on the battlefield of sickness, of ignorance, of poverty, of anything else. That's the message I think that we should be running with as Democrats and patriots. So, yeah. And the VA is the most popular healthcare system. The other thing, because I wrote something about the VA, and then I had some trolls, jumping on saying, "Oh, the VA sucks," and that's what you're saying. The Chris and Nick, that this is breaking through the lie about the VA, fraud in the VA, how everybody hates the VA. It's not true. It's absolutely not true.
It's how our Secretary of Defense built his entire career, was bashing the VA. And if one of the, I think, first introductions that a lot of Americans had to Pete Hegseth was after he was named as Secretary of Defense nominee, was his interview with Sean Ryan, a Navy SEAL guy who started a podcast and became insanely popular, right? And one of the questions that he asked him was, "Have you gotten care at the VA?" And Hegseth's answer was no. Like, he's just been a paid critic of the VA, and he's never set foot in one.
Yeah, he's a coward.
Says everything about who Pete Hegseth is. Like, you can just pay him and he'll do anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, and guys, I'm looking at the time. I'm sorry. I gotta run. It
absolutely
just go by so fast, but I'll be back again another time. But thank you for having me for this short period of time.
Thank you so much for being with us, Tara.
All right. I'll talk to you guys later.
Nice to meet you, Tara.
Nice to meet you too, Chris. I'll see you soon.
All right. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right. And I hate that people who have never been to the VA talk about the VA like they've been there, and tell us who actually go there that like it sucks. Yet I've been there, and I've had some problems. I've had problems at the VA, but I've also had some really, 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 really good care. And I've had care that doesn't put me into debt. I have had care that is consistent over time. That is always I get my medications on time. I can order them easily. They show up at my door. I'm not charged for them because we're already funding them. Like, the propaganda around it is bullshit, and it's a prop. Like, I agree that to me, the two most important institutions outside of our, like, the actual government itself are the VA and the media, because the VA represents social health care for the most diverse population in the world, or in the country. And the media is citizens telling the government to shut up, or what their limits are, or what the truth is. What do you think about that, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it is. I think about, for the last few years, I've had a lot of people asking me about, like, civil war, right? As we're reading these books about, fascism and anti-fascism, ultimately what these conflicts do result in, in the case of many countries, whether it's Germany or Italy or Russia, is war. So a lot of people have been asking me about that. And I think about, what a civil war would look like in the United States. and people, might think like, what is my role in a civil war? Sounds fantastical. It's worth thinking about.
Mhm.
If the VA shut down, I wouldn't be doing shit. Like I depend on daily meds to keep me functioning. If we ended up in a situation where the VA simply weren't there, and it wouldn't take a civil war to do that, but if the VA weren't there, I wouldn't be able to function. I wouldn't be able to work. I wouldn't be able to produce content. I wouldn't be able to write. I cannot function at all without the meds that I take on a daily basis. And I think that too few people really understand that I'm not a unique case, that there are millions of other veterans whose lives are tolerable, or even pleasant because of the VA. And without it, we wouldn't survive. And I mean that in the literal sense, right? So that is, defense of the VA is as much, for my sisters and brothers as it is for myself, because it is existential for so many of us.
Yeah, I think that's really important, is to hit home the fact that it's an existential thing. It is truly life or death for a lot of us. For two people on the screen, it would be dramatically bad if the VA disappeared. I also depend on daily medications from the VA to function normally. I have fibromyalgia. I do not function well without my medication. And I have other conditions as well. Like the VA, just in itself, just protecting veterans, yes, it's selfish because it's my healthcare. I want it to stay there. But also, it shows that a system like this can work. And that is the proof that I have been like talking about this since I got out of the Army in 2017, that the VA is the blueprint for social health care in the US, and it is purposely being underfunded and mismanaged to show that it doesn't work. And a test case that we cannot have this institution. I think that's bullshit and a lie.
Yeah. I mean, the VA has multiple missions that most Americans are unaware of. Like, yes, it takes care of benefits for veterans, so disability benefits. It runs the cemeteries, right? The National Cemetery Administration is part of the VA. So if you're a vet, you can get buried in a veterans cemetery. These are things that like people think don't matter, but it does. And of course, there's the healthcare. But the VA is also the largest trainer of healthcare professionals in the United States, if not the world. Like, I am someone who has lived in New York for most of my life. Because I live in New York, when I go to the VA, I'm getting doctors and doctors to be, trainees, residents, who are at NYU, who are at Columbia Medical, right? Like some of the best who are at Mount, going to be working at Mount Sinai. Some of the best doctors in the world, or all of the best doctors in the world, come through VA's training. We got to see during the first Trump administration, the failure of one of VA's missions. VA is supposed to be the national backstop, the national healthcare system in times of pandemic and other natural disasters. And the first Trump administration failed to mobilize the VA in a timely manner, to take overflow during the initial waves of COVID, where hospitals were putting bodies into, connexes and freezer vans because they were overflowing and they didn't have room in their morgues. VA hospitals were more or less empty because Americans were not instructed to get care there, and the VA was not instructed to help backfill all of these civilian hospitals that could not handle a pandemic on their own.
I didn't know that. You just taught me
Most people
something
don't
new
know that.
today. Most people don't. That's so sad that people needlessly died because of that. Like, I lived in the Seattle area at the time. I lived south of Seattle during COVID. We were one of the first places hit. We shut down first. Our city was closed before anybody.
Mhm.
I lived near the VA facility there, like not terribly far from the one outside of Joint Base Lewis McChord. It's one of the bigger facilities in the country and could have easily been used for thousands of patients and provided care teams to hundreds of different communities that were impacted that just never did. That's that that is something that we need to figure out how to hold people accountable for in some way, because we can't keep allowing behavior like this to happen. And I don't know how that ends, but we can't keep allowing policy to kill people and then nobody gets and there's no accountability for when people die.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, and I talk about this on the Find Out podcast all the time. Like the only policy platform that I want to see Democrats running on, and independents and Republicans who aren't MAGA for that matter, is one of accountability, of imposing legal costs on malicious, malignant, harmful behavior. You know, whether it's government officials or whether it's corporations or billionaires, you know, taking away people's rights, taking away people's resources, and causing, you know, physical and mental anguish that just simply shouldn't be.
Yeah.
So I don't think that our laws regarding that kind of justice are strong enough. Like, I do think that is going to be a fight in and of itself. But I think that is an attractive concept to a lot of Americans who don't necessarily, you know, subscribe to any particular party. Like, justice is a core tenet of maintaining a healthy democracy, and that needs to be a real big focus for Americans moving forward.
So, thinking on a party portion of that and continuing it in managing institutions and taking institutional responsibility, and the one party state idea of our chapter 3, we have Congress right now with with a uniparty control over the entire legislative branch. They have the executive branch and judicial branch. So we live in a uniparty state right now, with a lot of uniparty state governments as well, like supermajorities, either red or blue. But there's more red, I believe, Republican supermajorities than there are Democratic ones. How do you see us continuing to build on the movements and the efforts that we're doing now to push back against that uniparty system? And can we use tools like, I looked it up this morning, it takes 9 Republicans, just 9 Republicans could sign with Democrats to file a petition, a vote of no confidence on Mike Johnson and remove him as the Speaker of the House. 9. Takes 9 fucking Republicans in the House of Representatives to do that. That's an institution that is under uniparty control right now, because the other party has just sort of given up on doing anything useful. What are some suggestions that you have on flipping that script so that we can get our parties to stop thinking just on party line and put country before party again?
Yeah. So on the Find Out podcast, maybe a month ago, we had Senator Coons on. He was our first senator from Delaware. And I asked him about this. And he was basically like, well, you know, we can write some strongly worded letters. And that was his honest response. He was like, you know, as the party out of control, there's really not much that we can do. And I think that's an old way of thinking, and that assumes that our institutions are still intact, and that our democratic norms will snap back like a rubber band that's been stretched too far. I think that it's more like the rubber band is stretching and it's going to break. So Democrats who are in office need to start being more creative, more aggressive, and willing to take personal risks, up to and including making the Trump regime arrest them. I think back to like John Lewis, member of Congress, civil rights leader who used to lead efforts like occupying the floor of the House. And that would result in members of Congress having to physically be removed by the Republican majority. And that type of action, I think for some people can be like, oh, this is just performative, but it's really not. When a person, whether it's a member of Congress or just an activist going out for No King's Day tomorrow, when someone's willing to peacefully engage in civil disobedience in a way that results in them getting booked, getting arrested, getting detained by police, they're putting their bodies on the line. In some cases, they're putting their livelihoods on the line. And for people who don't have the same privileges that you and I do in terms of our physical presentation, they might be putting their lives on the line. I think that we need to, that Democrats in office, people who have more privilege than just about any American, I think that they need to start wielding that privilege like a weapon. And they need to start producing visuals that help Americans who are still sitting on the sidelines and not caring that much, help wake them up. If a Senator Booker, spoke for 25 hours straight a few months ago, and that got a lot of attention. Yeah, that was symbolic. That was performative. If he were to get arrested, someone with his platform, and members of Congress, members of the House have done this, but if Senator Booker were to get arrested trying to enter an ICE building, like that would mean a lot more to me, and I think that would gain a lot more attention and help focus people on the erosion of our democratic norms. And this is not simply just to send up road flares. It's to build a movement to fix these problems, and that starts with voting. Whether it's this November or next November, and in every primary in between. So,
to me, it feels like it's sort of giving up on the Democratic side when they say they don't really have any other power other than writing strongly worded letters. Like, it took 5 seconds of Googling to figure out how do you remove the Speaker of the House. Like, these people work there and they know these rules, and they know it only takes 9 Republicans to join them, yet they're still not doing it. Like, how have we not had any sort of recall elections? Like, how are blue states not doing recall elections for their representatives and for their senators who are doing nothing? Like, state parties have the power to recall their state's representatives. Why aren't blue states demanding that and getting people in who want to do shit?
Because it's a participatory democracy. People have to opt in to getting involved in Democratic Party politics, or party politics more broadly. We have seen the right, the extreme right, backed by billionaires for decades, doing things like putting up members of school boards for election, right? Or candidates for school boards for election. Like, we have seen the a lot of resources backing those kinds of initiatives that have taken control of school boards, that have resulted in, the banning of books, the imposition of bigoted rules throughout schools. We have not seen the same kind of resources given to activists on the left, and that is, as someone who runs a couple nonprofits, who's been working in the nonprofit space for 20 years, that's one of my greatest frustrations. Is the right seems willing to recognize that the cost of business for them, and their business is lowering taxes, the cost of business means investing for years in activists to do the groundwork. On the left, it has been much more like fighting for a utopian vision without being willing to build the utopian city. Like they're just trying to will it into existence without doing the grunt work that it takes
required
to build power, right?
Yeah.
And some of that, in the last 12 months has like started to change. But now, the Trump White House is weaponizing the IRS and the DOJ to go after all of these progressive organizations, accusing them of being Antifa, which Trump now calls a terrorist organization, right? So,
and they filed their first Antifa-related charges in Texas on trumped-up charges, because that's what they are, is just trumped-up bullshit. And so, I think we got to be really careful about that stuff, but at the same time, not allow it to stop us from doing our constitutional duty. Do not obey in advance. Like, go back to the first lesson on tyrannies. Do not obey in advance. Or as Olga Lautman says, just do not obey authoritarians, period, ever. Do not obey them. And I love that.
I say it on live streams and shows and podcasts all the time. Like, I am the CEO of 2 Antifa organizations. Pam Bondi, come fucking get me. Kash Patel, like, do it. Make me a fucking martyr. Come on. Like, just
see what happens.
Do it. Like, just do it. Just arrest me. Like, the sad truth is neither of my organizations are funded, so the IRS can come get me. They want to look for my books. There's like 12 fucking entries.
Ain't nobody
going to
overburden
me to open my books.
Which really, as much as we laugh about it, it is really sad that you don't have support and don't have funding. Like Mark Cuban, you're sitting there telling us you're a Democrat and you're a fucking billionaire and not doing anything. You're not funding anybody. Like, what are you really a Democrat, or are you just a tech bro who's hiding as a Democrat, waiting so you can have your own little techno-fascist state? Because if you're a Democrat, fucking prove it. Like, start funding people. Do mutual aid stuff. Like, defend the institutions, but you're not.
Yep. Well, I think culturally, one of the problems with the left-wing philanthropic ecosystem is no one's willing to place a bet on something that's anything less than a guaranteed success. It is, they wait until an organization has somehow magically achieved, a staff of 30 with a multi-million-dollar budget, and then the big foundations will come in and say like, oh, okay, we'll give you a year's worth of runway, which is not long enough to fucking plan and actually accomplish anything.
No.
Without, let's use Pete Hegseth as an example. Pete Hegseth was a founder of Vets for Freedom, which is a rabidly pro-Iraq war group before it morphed into Concerned Veterans for America. That dude ran that organization into the ground like multiple times, and the Koch network, just the Koch brothers, these right-wing billionaires, kept just throwing money at him and investing in him and other right-wing activists. And now that guy's the Secretary of Defense, and all of the people that he came up with through Concerned Veterans for America, have had an opportunity to chisel apart the VA, which lowers, taxes for those billionaires.
which I still don't understand how lowering the VA lowers their taxes, because the VA takes up like 0.01% of the fucking budget. Like it doesn't cost anything in reality to fund the VA for the American people.
The
in
VA
consideration.
The VA is the second largest department behind only the Department of Defense. So,
is it?
Yeah. So it is a sizable chunk of everyone's taxes. But if our country is going to prioritize war and defense by making the Department of Defense the largest, both in terms of personnel and budgetarily, department, it is only natural that the VA falls in behind it. Now, we have seen over the last 10 months the decimation of all of the agencies and departments like the State Department that prevent us from needing the military to go solve problems at home or abroad. So we have watched a virtual guarantee of the Department of Defense needing to plus up even more in the future. Destabilizing. Donald Trump hasn't just destabilized the United States, he's destabilized the world, the global economy, and he has planted the seeds of conflict that
are on back door.
That are going to, and the Democrats are and Joe Biden are certainly nowhere near perfect on this either. Like what happened in Israel and had been allowed to happen under Biden in Gaza for half his fucking presidency. Like those chickens are going to come home to roost for a generation or more, like in terms of hatred against the United States and potential terrorist movements, extremist movements, both at home and abroad.
Yeah, and with the only good news that I've seen in some of this lately is that Congress has decided that they are going to force a war powers, a vote on the War Powers Act to limit Donald Trump in his quest for plenary power, which means absolute control and absolute power as an authoritarian or dictator, for anybody who doesn't know in our audience. And we all know this term now because Stephen Miller let it slip on national TV. And he let it slip because he stopped and was like, oh shit. You saw that everybody could see the oh shit until, CNN edited it out of their video, which I think it's something that I've been talking a little bit about is we see folks on the other side do this frivolously though. How do we hold them account civilly for doing something like that? Because ABC and CBS got fined for quote editing 60 Minutes, but we actually saw in real time CNN do that and manipulate the truth into something that it was completely not. Like, is that something we can do to hold up an institution like, say, the judiciary? Is civilians taking ownership and filing collective civil lawsuits and class action? Or do we not even have the laws in place to handle this sort of corruption?
I am not too well versed on this, so let me couch my language a bit. So we saw during the first Trump administration that the judiciary, or at least the Supreme Court, was unwilling to enforce what seemed like pretty clear language, like the emoluments clause, to stop Donald Trump from taking bribes from foreign countries. In this term, we're seeing Donald Trump accepting a $400 million airplane from Qatar. One of our military allies who are certainly, have their own problems. That is a monarchy. They have supported terrorist organizations, including Hamas. I don't think that there is, and most of the emoluments clause stuff was brought through civil suits. Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, CREW, was a major player during the first Trump administration. They were filing the suits and helping find plaintiffs, people who had been done harm by Trump's corruption. And none of, if not most of, those suits were just simply not successful. So what it is going to take is, what we were talking about before, people running for office on a platform of accountability, of making it much more clear in the law what is and what is not permissible. The ban on the use of federal resources for campaigning, that has been completely demolished. Right now, if you visit a lot of the .gov websites, there is explicitly partisan language talking about radical Democrats shutting down the government. Republicans are running the whole government. Democrats are the minority party, right? The Hatch Act, which is what bans the use of federal resources for campaigning, doesn't have any teeth, and that is not a permanent problem. That is a problem that can be solved through legislation. The Hatch Act should have clawback provisions that take from the individuals who violate the Hatch Act resources to repair the damage to our democracy. We as Americans are damaged every time that our taxpayer dollars, whether it's to pay for the White House grounds or a congressional office or anything else, that federal property that gets abused that way, we are owed, I think, inability to be made whole. So I would hope that a future Congress would work as hard as they can to think creatively and see if they can pass laws in the future to claw back some of what's been stolen from us during this period of unbridled corruption.
I think that's a good way to do it, and it would have to return to the people and not just into the government where it disappears into the pockets of the same people again. Like, it has to be on the end of reparations, because these people are stealing our money and doing it very blatantly. Like JD Vance buying up farmland, or having a venture capital company that buys up farmland, and their policies are bankrupting farmers so that JD Vance can buy farmland. That should all be clawed back from JD Vance and from that company, because that is a clear Hatch Act violation. Or Kristi Noem using her position as the Secretary of Homeland Security to try and broadcast on every airport that this is somehow the Democrats' fault. That's a Hatch Act violation. She cannot use her position to do that, and it is detrimental. I absolutely agree. All right, we're right at the top of the half hour, and I actually have to go here in a couple of moments. So, and I want to make sure that, Chris, you also respect your time too. I like to try and keep these to about an hour each week. And I want to give you a chance here real quick, though, to promote yourself.
Thank you.
And wrap up the conversation, give your final stamp on it, and just promote yourself for where people can find you, how they can support your work. I put up a QR code in the top corner earlier in the show. Just a little bit ago, it was for Veterans Fighting Fascism. Now it's for Task Force Butler. Please go take a look at the sites. There's great resources on them. That's where we get our information for the book club as well. And so, Chris, I'm going to hand it over to you to let everyone know where they can find and support you.
Well, thank you very much. And I haven't talked about this with Nick yet, so this is a surprise for him. Nick, I am working on an expansion of the reading list.
Oh, awesome.
Task Force Butler has a page called What is Fascism that we wrote years ago. We have included that as one of the first reading assignments on the Anti-Fascist Book Club reading list. Well, now that Antifa is a terrorist organization, we are going to match that with a What is Antifa page and a list of books that explain what anti-fascism is, its history, the context in which it exists, and how you can safely be an American anti-fascist in a country where the president of the United States deems that to be a terrorist movement. So for everyone watching, keep your eyes on veteransfightingfascism.org. We will be updating the Anti-Fascist Book Club reading list as soon as we can. Again, I don't get paid for this. I'm doing it in my free time. So I'm not saying it's going to be soon, but I've done the bulk of the work. For folks who are interested in some of the media work that I do, I want to encourage you to follow the Find Out podcast, whether it's on Apple or Spotify or YouTube or Substack. That is a podcast that was founded by 5 white dudes who were part of White Dudes for Harris. And the purpose is basically to show that there is a healthy version of masculinity that Democrats can and should embrace. And we are trying to build a movement to make a place for people who haven't felt welcome in the Democratic Party. Now, I'm not a Democrat first. I'm an anti-fascist first. So I will soon be launching a new show following my Substack branding, On Offense, which is going to be all about accountability for these fascists, what we can do to make it difficult and expensive to be a fascist, as Task Force Butler has done with our reports that have resulted in lawsuits and convictions. We are going to be engaged in a fight collectively as Americans for accountability, potentially for decades. And that will include things like unmasking members of ICE who have violated people's civil rights. The FBI will not be able to do that on their own. It is going to be a civilian force in the same way that we've held accountable the January 6th insurrectionists. So with all that, if you want to support me, my name is Chris Goldsmith, Chris spelled K-R-I-S. That makes me very easy to find. And for those of you who tuned in, thanks so much. Nick, thanks for having me back.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. It's so good to have you. And I'm going to pull up a couple more QR codes here real quick on our screen so that we also, for anybody who was here before, make sure to also go follow Tara Devlin on Substack. And you can find her on YouTube. Her show's called Tara Buster. Her handle is Tara Buster. She's awesome. She's part of this pro-democracy community, this unapologetically pro-democracy, pro-constitutional community. It's becoming a very weird mix of progressive and now conservative ideals, because you have to conserve something to be conservative. And we're showing how that, or she's showing how that can really work. And from the sound of it, she's expanding too. So go support her work, free or paid. Help her grow on Substack too. She's pretty awesome. She's been on a lot of shows with us recently. Then also support my work. Really could use the support. I'm growing. My community is expanding really rapidly, and we're busting. We're going to be past 150 paid subs here soon. And every paid sub helps. Every free sub helps, and help us get closer to that first 1,000 mark, so we can start finding the next steps and get that colored in check mark. And then finally, support the network itself, Banner and Backbone. That's what helps put all this together. That's how we continue to grow and build the book club and other components, add in more permanent shows, get more sponsorship and branding, and be able to even eventually start doing advertisements with people and working more with folks like Chris and Task Force Butler and Veterans Fighting Fascism. And just on a personal note, Chris, if there's any way I can help with the new work, not only just here on Banner and Backbone, but elsewhere, I'm open to help. Glad to promote and support the work that you're doing, because you need it. We all need it. And I'll be in touch too. So
Good.
for everyone,
now that you said that, I'm gonna invite you as an editor on my Google Doc. So
Sweet.
now you're committed.
Sweet. I said it. Everybody here heard it. All 296 people on Substack and the 24 of y'all who are still here with us on YouTube across our multiple channels. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Thank you for joining us on this Banner and Backbones Anti-Fascist Book Club. I'm Nick Perro. This is Chris Goldsmith with me. We had Tara Devlin here earlier. Thank you so much for the support and work that you're doing, Chris. Thank you so much for the support and work that everyone's doing in the audience. Remember, go out tomorrow, weather permitting. If you are in a place where you might get a tornado, be very conscious of your weather, but go out and peacefully protest and show your strength, and show our strength in numbers, because we win this together. So thank you, Chris. Thank you, everyone. Have a great Friday, and I'll see y'all again soon. We'll see y'all next week. Hello. Good afternoon, good morning, good time of day, depending on what part of the country or world you're in. Welcome, everyone. This is Banner and Backbones Anti-Fascist Book Club, episode 7 today, One Party Without Responsibility. I'm Nick Perro, and I'm joined by my colleagues and friends, Chris Goldsmith of the Find Out podcast and On Offense with Chris Goldsmith, as well as the director at Veterans Fighting Fascism and Task Force Butler. He's a busy man. He's got a lot of work to do. Welcome, Chris. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
And then also joined by our friend and returning guest historian, and the only time you'll ever see or hear me say the prefix in front of her is Dr. Stephanie Wilson, because she's asked me not to say doctors all the time.
You can refer to me as doctor, just don't call me doctor.
and host of the Freedom Over Fascism podcast. So welcome again, Stephanie.
Thanks, it's great to be here.
And finally, my good friend and co-host and colleague here at Banner and Backbone and Counterstory Media and Pink Hair and Pronouns and Does She Shut Up and like 5 other things that she does amazingly, and all the investigative work she's doing into Fox security or Fox safety and the surveillance state and legal cases in the Norfolk, Virginia area is the amazing Melissa Morgan. And today we're back with I believe it's our 3rd episode that we're doing on Timothy Snyder's On Tyranny. And for those who haven't seen it, this is On Tyranny. You can find it online, go to or at your local library. If they have it in stock, if they don't, ask them to get it. They will get it. Librarians are the most anti-fascist people you will probably ever meet. And so we're continuing our discussion, and we're at the point of a party with no responsibility right now. And they take no responsibility for actions. And this sort of gets us into like the meat of the book itself and into the heart of the discussion. So I wanted to open it up to anyone who wanted to jump in. Maybe actually before we jump in, now is a weird time to ask this one, is which one of you, Chris or Melissa, want to explain what the book club is and isn't? Because Melissa normally does it, but Chris, you wrote the book club.
Yes, I'm going to defer to Chris today.
Okay, sure. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Chris Goldsmith. I'm the founder of Task Force Butler Institute and Veterans Fighting Fascism. And the big project of Veterans Fighting Fascism, which is a nonprofit, is to help people find a way to organize locally. And as you're seeing right now online. After the election, a lot of people were freaking out and coming to me because I study fascism and I actually like combat actual Nazism, hold them accountable in a court of law, that kind of thing. Folks were asking, like, what should we expect? So I did a TikTok video where I gave like 5 top books to help you understand what's going to happen starting in January. And I think anyone who crammed through those books has seen that the authors that I chose were right. So folks started organically starting their own book clubs and kept coming back to me for more recommendations, more guidance on starting book clubs. So I wrote up a manual, put it on Veterans Fighting Fascism for free for anyone to access. And it is not just a guide to understanding fascism and authoritarianism and the history of these types of authoritarian movements that we're experiencing now in the US. It's to help you find an excuse to meet people in person or online so that you can build community. No anti-fascist has ever been effective on their own. That is just not the way that you fight fascism. You have to do it at the grassroots level in your local community, because when the fascists are in the White House and in the halls of Congress, they're also in the school boards. And you and your family will be affected more quickly and in more impactful ways sooner by the fascists on the school board. And that is where you and your local community and your democracy, your democratic rights, have the greatest chance to have an impact on pushing back on fascists. So the Anti-Fascist Book Club, if you want to start your own, you can go to veteransfightingfascism.org. The entire guide is there, and I've enlisted Nick on helping me with some updates. We are within the next few weeks. I'm not putting a timeline on it. We're going to have maybe a couple dozen, at least 10 more books to help people understand what anti-fascism is, since now we're all terrorists, according to the current president of the United States.
Yeah. Welcome. I actually like to call myself a freedom fighter. And so I fight for freedom, not a terrorist. I don't terrorize you unless you're afraid of knowledge, and then I'm going to terrorize the fuck out of you. Because if you're afraid of knowledge, then you're not my friend. But yeah, anyway, thanks, Chris, for that incredible introduction to about what the book club is and isn't and what it's trying to do. And that was one of the things I want to make sure too is clear is this is just a starting point for everyone. Like, this is a once a week online book club for y'all. We love how many people show up, how many people come in, and how the crowd keeps growing. There's other major groups going on right now on Substack. There's huge platforms happening, and that's okay. You guys are here to learn instead, like get a little bit of knowledge that's maybe not news, but more actionable knowledge. So thanks for putting this together, Chris. And yeah, I'm excited about some of the book club updates. I'm looking into some stuff, and yeah, there's some interesting what is Antifa compared to what actually anti-fascism really is. Because yeah, we're all anti-fascist here. If you're not, you don't need to be here. Like, bye. So let's get into some of our chapters. Either of you, Stephanie or Melissa, have any comments on any of this before we start, or want to start in on a chapter around the one-party state and lack of responsibility and accountability, and how we can
I'm going to defer to Stephanie because I think it's awesome, but my young adult child has literally taken my copy of On Tyranny, and I texted him and I was like, hey, I kind of need you to bring that back. It's very cool that you're reading it, but I got some notes in there. So Stephanie, you got the floor.
All right. Well, I think that did I write notes? No, I'm just this is kind of exactly where we are right now, where the Republican Party is kind of crowding out the Democrats with the willing cooperation of the Democrats, which that's another conversation entirely, or maybe it isn't, but like it's is scary. So they're not only, taking advantage of being the one party that's doing anything. They are probably, I assume that there's blackmail or threats or something that they're doing to Democratic elected officials. But right now, the Republican Party is not only the only party who is exercising power at the national level, it's not true at the state and local levels, but is actively working on undermining the elections of 2026 so that they are the only ones who will win. Because they know that what they have to say and do is not popular. So the way that you get power when you're not popular is you cheat and you blackmail and you force and you have a secret police, and they're doing all of those things right now.
And welcome, Tara Devlin.
Welcome to Tara.
I'm so sorry I'm late.
No,
It's
you're
been
totally fine.
Madness. So yeah.
Welcome to the show. Your name does not pop up on the Substack Live for anyone, at least in the group chat.
Oh, weird.
So you may have to set up your. I wonder if you could accept the invite.
Oh,
link,
is that
and
why?
If it would add your
You
name
see what
into
I'm
it.
saying?
But if not, you may need to just pair your channel real quick with a link
I'll
and
have to
start
do
it
that.
if you want to.
Thank you.
But welcome, glad to have you.
Thank you for accepting me so late. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to have you. We love the more the merrier, right?
Right.
Knowledge is power, as somebody said.
Exactly. I heard that once or twice.
So
just to follow on what we were talking about, one party is that the Republicans are taking power. Democrats seem to be at the national level letting them, but often when the one party becomes the only party to wield power is when the democracy itself dies. And I talked before Tara got on here about, just letting you know, Tara, that talked about elections. They know they can't win them, so they're going to rig them and make it impossible for the Democrats, as the only other party at the national level, to gain more power. Some state and local is different. I live in a blue state, so I see that, and I hope it gives people hope and not despair. But we're talking national level right now.
Yeah. Well, that's what Republicans have been doing for years, but now they smell blood in the water and they're just going for it, and every Republican chest beats the heart of fascism. I've said it for years, and they will try every dirty trick, like you're saying. And unfortunately, I think that the Democrats are kind of on the back foot all the time about this, as if, I don't know, it's really frustrating that.
I mean, that is why I named my Substack and soon to be podcast On Offense, because I think that the American left, or progressives or liberals, whatever you want to call it, we have been for far too long responsive and reactive rather than proactive and on offense. A little secret that I learned just a few months ago as I was setting up my On Offense branding is that the Heritage Foundation bought onoffense.com a few years ago, and they're just sitting on it. So this is like their entire way of being. They recognize that you have to impose costs on your opponents in order to make progress. Now, their version of progress is fascism. Our version of progress is a lot messier. To build a democratic coalition takes work, and it's something that takes practice. We're not all good at it. We can't all jump in right? The No Kings protest, we saw 7 million Americans by, I think, the most reputable estimates. 7 million Americans hit the streets. And so many people who are involved want to know, hey, what do I do next? What do I do next? Because they haven't had the practice of activism and advocacy. And that's what this book club is for. And that's why On Tyranny is one of the very first reads. I mean, the number one reason is because it's short and it's small, and you get an incredible dopamine hit from crushing a book in like 1 or 2 sittings. And I'm very deliberately trying to encourage people to start small, get addicted to that dopamine hit, and then you can hit the bigger books. Like Masha Gessen would not be a good first book. That is not where I want people to start. But to get specific, we're on chapter 3, which on my print is page 26. Beware the one-party state. Timothy Snyder writes, the parties that remade states and suppressed rivals were not omnipotent from the start. So think fascist Italy, think Germany, think modern Turkey or Russia. They exploited a historic moment to make political life impossible for their opponents. So support a multi-state or a multi-party system and defend the rules of democratic elections. Vote in local and state elections while you can, and consider running for office. I think that for me, I am a millennial. I was born in 85, right? I grew, when I signed up for the Army in 2003, went to Iraq in 2005, that was still the age of newspapers. My parents used to send the Sunday Newsday to me while I was in Iraq. And even though it got to me 2 or 3 weeks later, I still really liked having that paper in my hand because that was the speed of news back then. Since then, we have all got so used to, our attention being dictated by algorithms and by, what cable news producers decide is the most important thing or the most engaging thing. And that has focused us so much on Washington. So when people hear that last line, consider running for office, I imagine that most people, the first thing that they're thinking of is a House seat because they think that's what everybody runs for. But that's not where you should start. I don't think that people who are interested in, getting involved should run for an office that anyone even knows exists, right? Like when you go to the ballot box, when the average American goes to the ballot box, there are a bunch of things that you probably get your ballot and you're like, I don't even know what this position is, but okay, there's a D next to their name, so I'm going to check here. Or an
or
I,
often
or
there's
a,
only
or
one
a
person
G.
running.
Yeah. So next, November 4th is around the corner. Next time you get a ballot, look at those positions and think to yourself, do I have the time or the capacity to, run for school board or run for my county's legislative body if you've got that kind of thing. These are often not full-time positions. They are, I think, designed so that retired people, are probably best suited because you may have an income that can support your public work. So, for folks who've retired and, went out and saw this crowd of 7 million people across the United States, like if you want to know what's next, you're what's next. Like, go look at that ballot. Find someone who's running unopposed, who is, going to enact policies that you believe are harmful, and run against them. Join your local party infrastructure and get involved. You simply showing up is like all you need to get started. Like physically being present at a local party meeting at the county level or whatever. When you show up, everyone there, and there's probably going to be like a few people there, they're going to be psyched because so few people actually have gotten off the sidelines and taken that step. Protesting is useful. It does serve a purpose, but power can only be achieved through democracy. And that is what I want to encourage people to really seriously consider if they have the time and the resources to run a local campaign.
And if they don't, one of my colleagues in Indiana is working on a series. A lot of people don't know how to run for office, all the steps you need to, the pragmatic steps. Where do you file? When do you file? How do you report? Blah, blah, blah. And she's working on a podcast series, which is going to drop next week. But there are resources. There are training and learning resources. And there are groups that support down ballot races in a whole bunch of different states. So you don't need a huge amount of money to run locally. A friend of mine ran for school committee here in Massachusetts, didn't win the first time, tried it again in 6 months and won that time. So like, keep trying. You may not win the first time. You may not win the second time, but just being on that ballot, and particularly in red states or red areas where Republicans run opposed all the time, just being on that ballot, giving people a choice, asking for their vote, which most of them haven't been in years, will make a huge difference.
Mm-hmm. I was trying to look up this book when you guys were talking, because I read this book about why our system is so broken. One of the many books. I just can't read. I can't find it because I wish I can give it due credit, because it's all about how this system is designed to actually elevate people like Trump because of money in politics, because good people want to participate in their communities, and then they show up and they find out that they have to spend half or more than the bulk of their time on the phone dialing for dollars and things like that. And a lot of the good people are like, I don't want to deal with this. So, and you also have to now have this whole social media game, and it's just you're up against the greedy billionaires who will throw everything at you. So it takes a certain type of personality that I think that this system there is a way. That's why I'm trying to find this book, because he writes about how to what his suggestions would be. And one of the main suggestions is getting money out of politics. That is, in my opinion, besides the meat, it's two sides of the same coin. It's money in politics is the root of this evil, and also the media, the consolidated media. And here comes my cat who wants to jump up, but he's too old.
So for folks who are interested in running for something, you can go to runforsomething.net. It's an organization that helps train people how to do all of this type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got the QR code on the screen for their website. So if you scan the QR code in the top corner, top left-hand corner of your screen, you can go to Run for Something, just sign up. I've signed up. I haven't finished filling all my stuff out, but I've signed up, and I get the newsletter and I get information from them, and it helps me help you guys. Like Chris is saying, run for something.
And even if you personally can't run for office, I think if you just support people who are, like, my husband and I were sitting out front watching our daughter ride her bike, and a woman came up with a clipboard and said, "Are you guys registered voters?" We were like, "Yes, of course." And she was like, "I'm trying to get on school board." Before she could finish her sentence, because we have had such issues with the school board, I hopped up and was like, "What can I do?" And she's like, "Well, I need 100 signatures on this page by Friday to even be on the ballot." I was like, "Let's go, girl." I walked her throughout the rest of the neighborhood, because I knew a lot of people and they knew me. So I could say, "Hey, I'm your neighbor down the road that has the big garden and chickens. This lady is running for school board." I could make that introduction. We filled her sheet up and she's on the ballot. So,
and you know what?
Hopping up in the moment and making yourself available to support those people that are running.
Make space for democracy.
Exactly. And you could hold a fundraiser in your yard for your neighbors, where they, it's not a $1 billion fundraiser. It's, give $25 and have some, a Coke or something. And that might be enough to really get her going. The other thing I wanted to say in regard to run for something, Amanda Littman is the executive director. She just put out in the last week on the Run for Something Substack 51 things that you can do after the No Kings protests. So if you are really wondering what is it that you can do, she has a list because people don't know. And in the end, these kinds of protests are in some ways more recruitment to advocacy than they are. I mean, yes, they're a statement, but it doesn't mean anything unless more people keep active. So it's a recruitment vessel, like the March on Washington with MLK. That was the main idea, was to recruit people to the fight.
And it's also how you fight back against a one-party state. Is you always constantly push back with exercising your rights to the peaceful limits and patriotic limits that you're allowed to. Like, the way to fight back a one-party state is to not obey authoritarians. Olga Lautman says it really, really well. Is she says, instead of do not obey in advance, just do not obey. You don't obey authoritarians because they are always going to there's no red line with them. They do things blatantly, and because we live in a one-party state right now that has shut down the government to protect pedophiles and prevent the release of the Epstein files, their number one priority is tearing down the White House and building a ballroom. That's the number one priority. They told us that. That's what a one-party state does.
Yep.
It doesn't give a shit about us. It doesn't fucking, like, they don't care. They don't care about us. And that's really the problem, is they're trying to crush us under a boot and then get mad when we hold people on our side accountable for actions. And Chris, you guys yesterday on Find Out on the podcast brought up a somewhat controversial, shouldn't be a controversial statement, but it's gotten to the point where I've been called a racist this morning against white people.
I love that.
Was because I called out Graham Plattner after listening to you guys talk about it for the Totenkopf SS skull and crossbones that he had tattooed on his chest until just recently getting covered up after having 18 years. And people keep telling me that we should just get over it and just move on.
Get over
mistake. He was young and dumb when he did it. I've had a really strong response against that. One, I'm Jewish and I have family who survived the Holocaust, so it means a lot to me. And two, I made the comparison, and I'm going to ask you this comparison, or I'm going to ask you what your thoughts are in this comparison. Is it appropriate? Had Zohran Mamdani had an ISIS tattoo on his chest for 18 years and got it covered up, say 2 weeks ago, or after it was found out during the mayoral race in New York City, would you vote for him? Would you just get over it? Or would there be a huge backlash in the Democratic Party and the American populace about that symbology? And can you talk about how that fits into a one-party state sort of mentality and ideology of normalizing symbols, or even operatives or MAGA plants that run as Democrats and then switch parties? Because that's my fear, is he has to prove himself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that this came out over a year before what would be the election, right? This is what a primary is for. It is for testing your candidates. Graham Plattner is the only candidate that I've been genuinely excited about in as long as I can remember. I mean, I wanted Harris to win the presidency, but I wasn't like genuinely excited about her, right? And I can't think about a candidate that I've been excited for since, I don't know, ever, really. Graham Plattner is a veteran. He's a Marine Corps vet. who went on to join the Army Reserves after getting out and getting an education. And there are just so many problems with the story that he's telling about this Totenkopf, this death's head skull that is very recognizable for anybody who knows anything about Nazi history. Now, I feel like I'm trapped in my own biases because I am someone who is hypersensitive to these symbols, who sees them everywhere when many people do not. And when I first saw the video that he had released himself, knowing that the opposition research was about to do it for him, I thought it was doctored. Like, I thought this was fake because I could not believe that someone was in the military with this tattoo.
Right.
That they had gotten it and then joined, like he got out of the Marines and then joined the Army and had that on his body the entire time. During MEPS, that should have been found.
Yeah, you have to note all your tattoos and what they symbolize.
Yeah.
You can't have a tattoo that has any kind of racist, Nazi, or white supremacist connection.
Which is why
get kicked out of the reserves at one point or something because of his racist ideology.
He was kicked out off of Biden's detail, something like that.
He was basically not allowed to pull security on January 6th.
Because he had those types of tattoos.
Trump was the commander, not January 6th, but January 20th, because he had those types of tattoos. Now, I have never seen like the list of tattoos that people at MEPS are comparing things. I assume, like a lot of things in the military, that it was, I don't know, some sergeant or some civilian contractor who like didn't really give a shit, and that's probably why no one ever made a big deal about it. But I cannot tell you honestly whether or not I would have recognized that skull 7 or 8 years ago.
Well, that's what he says. He says that he didn't know it had a connection to Nazi history.
I do not believe him when he says that he only came to realize it this week. I believe that he's known what it has meant for at least a few years. What I do think is most likely is he was either lazy or embarrassed. Like I think that it was I'll get to this some other time. It's not that important. It's not a priority for me. Or he was embarrassed of not wanting to walk into a tattoo shop and say, hey, this is a Nazi tattoo. Can you cover it up? Neither of those are good things for a Senate candidate. But there's one guy whose name I don't even know, who's polling at 1% in the Democratic Party. And then there's Janet Mills, who, as of a couple days ago, is polling at only 25%. I do not want to see a 77-year-old take that seat. I do not want to see Susan Collins take that seat. So the reality that I'm faced with is Graham Plattner is still, I think, the best of what feel like shitty options now.
Right.
Well, actually, there's the guy who runs Maine Brewing Company. There's a guy.
Go ahead.
Who runs Maine Brewing Company, who is also running, who
he dropped out and endorsed.
He dropped out?
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Mills announced, and he did a whole thing in his bar. It was I interviewed him a few weeks ago.
You guys had him on the Find Out, and it was a good interview.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, I liked him. I thought he was cool.
But like, is that really the best Maine can come up and offer? Is a guy who is too lazy to get a fucking Nazi tattoo covered up? Like, I can't believe that. I can't believe that.
In years, he just raised. He said he realized it this week or this year.
That's what he's claiming now.
Yeah, like
it's a little sad.
That's a huge lapse in judgment that leads to major mistakes that cost people lives.
Right. Like, what else don't you realize? Exactly. It's just.
And how are we supposed to hold Nazis accountable for their actions if we vote in someone with a Nazi tattoo on them that claims to have not known it? Like, I don't live in Maine, so I can't. It doesn't, like, it's not my Senate candidate.
It will be
being said,
mine when I move there next year.
it's also a representation of the Democratic Party as a whole.
Yes.
And are we willing to take at face value this white man's word that he has learned or changed or did it as a mistake? But I know plenty of people who have tattoos. I have tattoos all over my over my upper body. I know exactly what every single one of those tattoos mean.
You would think,
And
right?
you
If you're going to put it on
cannot-
your body
Yeah,
permanently.
forever. That's a permanent choice. There's no
I
accountability.
have right here. I got this tattoo around the same time that Graham got his. I got mine in 2008. He got his in 2007. I was 21 or 22 when I got this. I did not have a lot of money, which is why you cannot read these words, because it was too small and I didn't know how tattoos age. Right here, it used to say "never again," which I grew up in Long Island. Like, Jewish people were just everyone. Like, half of people were Jewish. You were in Long Island when I grew up. It felt like you were either Catholic or Jewish. If you were Catholic, you were either Irish or Italian. Like, that's what Long Island was to me growing up. I grew up with Holocaust survivors as my friends' grandparents. Like, I knew Holocaust survivors. All of my grand uncles fought in World War II. I did not know that "never again" was a slogan that was so important and so so critical to fighting against the Holocaust and genocide. Right? I didn't know until a few years ago that "never again" had that much meaning to so many people. Ironically, like the polar fucking opposite of Graham Plattner's tattoo. So I can understand having a tattoo that you don't understand the meaning that it has for other people, especially in a place like Maine, where, you know, he has said, "Oh, I took my shirt off for 20 years at the gym and no one ever said anything." He also doesn't recognize, like, I wouldn't say shit to that guy in the fucking gym locker room if I saw that tattoo. And I'm a professional fucking Nazi hunter. I'm not going to confront him about it, right? So I think a lot of what he's saying is believable, except that he didn't know what it meant until this week. That is the lie.
Yeah.
Can I ask those of you who have tattoos, is what he showed as a cover up, is that a stick on or is that a real tattoo?
That's real. That's real. Yeah.
The new one is real?
It just looks like
yeah,
shit.
it's absolutely real.
It looks like shit. Whatever. Sorry, he did a bad job getting it covered up too.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a bad cover up tattoo.
I mean, I think he should have burned it off his chest. Like, if I had a swastika on my body, I would burn it off. I wouldn't cover it up.
Yeah.
Like, and maybe that's not what a Senate candidate should do, but like, as a veteran, like, that's how my friends handled really fucked up tattoos. Like, they literally burn them off their body, because it's not just performative. Like, I think of tattoos, for me, my tattoos are important, even if they're stupid, because I didn't have a lot of money when I was 21. Like, all of my tattoos, like, justice is really fucking meaningful to me. If I had something inked into my body that meant what a Totenkopf does, like, I wouldn't simply cover it up. Like, I would have to experience the pain of removal. I would, if I were Graham Plattner, I would have wanted to show people that I was willing to endure that pain. That may sound fucking really sick to people, but like, this is like I came from a grunt world. This is who my friends are from the military. A lot of shit that we do and did was not fucking normal. And I'm 40 now. I'm 20 years older than I was back then. But I still think this way. For something that fucking bad, he should have taken a K-bar, heated it up with the fucking knife, and smeared it off his body.
Yeah. Like, this just feels performative. To be totally, that's what partially pisses it off. Also, I have a giant Star of David on my forearm for a reason, because one, I'm Jewish culturally. I'm not religiously Jewish anymore, but I'm culturally Jewish. My family is affected by the Holocaust. We have a rich history of it. And guess what? When Jews in the Holocaust happened, they happened to put tattoos right here on their forearm with a number.
Mm.
And so I covered that spot up on my body so it could never be tattooed with a number, so that I already had something there that meant something to me, because that's my grandparent. That was my grandmother's Star of David, and it means something to me. And like, it pisses me off that we're willing to accept the flimsiest of apologies for a white guy, but we hold everyone who's not up to the harshest of, not highest, harshest of standards. We tear everybody apart. They tore Kamala Harris apart for every single fucking thing that she did. And yet we can't ask why Graham Plattner had a tattoo on his chest for 18 years without being called a racist. Like, I'm not a racist, asshole.
Is that what
Yeah, I got
that's
called
why
a
they
racist.
called you wait,
I get
racist
called a
against
racist.
white people? Why? I don't get the connection though, because you said that he's
Because
had
I was talking about
tattoo.
skin. Their excuse was, isn't you mentioning skin racism?
Oh
You're just being
Jesus.
racist. I was like, no, skin color and oppression, but there's an oppressive factor of racism. Like, you have to actively be
Yes.
able to oppress people in a
Right.
way to be
But they don't
racist.
seem to understand that though, of course.
It's hard.
Because a lot of that's the whole right-wing mantra now. They're the most oppressed, white men, straight white men are the most oppressed group, and in order to, even the female Republican, they have to validate that, how victimized they all are. Really, they're the professional victims. It's absolutely sinister, really. But this is what the Nazis did too. They can't help it. The Nazis, and if you read what was that book, Ordinary Men, another great book by, now his name is escaping me, but I'm having a trouble with books today, the authors of books today, but he wrote about, it was about this reserve battalion in Poland, that just ordinary men that happened to get the mission to commit genocide against their fellow Poles. And they were doing it according to the orders, but they were doing it to protect protect Germany, to protect Poland. And it's horrific, the stories of killing babies and whatnot, saying, well, we're protecting the future. And the Nazis were always the ones who were under attack, and they were just proactively committing genocide to protect themselves. And you hear this language in what we're seeing now unfolding in this country, how everything is because of patriotism and protecting the future. It's really disgusting. So
right. And I think that's in our, like, I'm looking at our panel now, and I'm seeing we can, it not just we can, I think we have an obligation in this moment to meet those. And I'm working on this so hard. I read a great article on Substack yesterday. I'll have to look up the title of it and who wrote it, but it was all about the emotional aspect of approaching these conversations and having to be the bigger person and having to be the more mature person. And I struggle with that with my Irish temper, but I'm working on that. And since I have so graciously been allowed back onto my local next door, since I committed the cardinal sin of promoting an anti-fascist book club, and I got a 30-day ban for doing that. But as I come back on
Incredible.
and I'm having conversations, finding ways to very calmly and very politely push back on those narratives when they want to get on their victim train, and just start asking open-ended questions. Well, what exactly makes you feel that way? Can you point to an actual instance in your life that this has happened to you? Because if this has genuinely happened to you, this oppression that they want to claim, then okay, that's not a good thing. So let's talk about what was the scenario in which that happened. And when you give them the floor to actually spell out what this oppression is, what this victimhood is, they either ghost.
They can't do it.
A lot
They
of them
can't.
just ghost
Because
the
they have no examples. They're
Right.
hearing this on Fox News and all their other, Russian
Exactly.
funded influencers are telling them
Right.
this. So,
But what I'm
yeah.
finding is that those conversations are not. I'm seeing a movement in my local next door, you guys, and I'm hopeful, because what I'm seeing is those conversations are no longer being flagged and removed. They're being left up.
Well,
So when
that's
those
good.
people ghost the conversation, that's seen. That's seen as, hey, we asked you to present evidence and you've left. You've left the conversation instead of providing the evidence. And more people, it's also helping that we also just received those healthcare updates. We're receiving those letters with what those quotes are going to be for our premiums, and people are waking the fuck up.
Yes.
Also, yesterday here in Norfolk, unfortunately, sadly, we had an immigrant at 11 a.m. yesterday running from ICE, run across the interstate and was struck by a vehicle and killed immediately.
Oh my God.
And this is now something that was not present in our community in Norfolk. ICE has been doing their raids in the middle of the night. And so this is bringing it very rudely, grotesquely, and abruptly into the forefront. This happened on our interstate in the middle of the day. This traumatized the person driving that truck, that will forever have that on their conscience, that they struck a person. Every other person on the interstate that saw this happen, and now it's brought out the ICE activity into the sunlight. Let's have this discussion. This happened in our backyard right here. It's bringing the discussion to the forefront. So we have to be able to meet that moment and have those conversations and keep our heads about us, and be the adults in the room to gently keep pushing and have the conversations.
And it's part of what's also laid out in the chapter for that we're focusing on a little bit is the Beware the One Party State. So chapter 3, for anyone in the audience who might have their book too, is on pages 29 and 30. We talked about it a little bit too, is how local organization, but wealth, money, and how it has fixed our system in this way. And money is a real driver as to why we see things at night on ICE campaigns in redder areas. All the raids are at night when nobody sees them. It's driven by money, and it's driven by the need for this greedy prison system and all of those aspects. But the other piece is the big one is, I'll read most of the ending paragraph that leads into page 30 is, does the history of tyranny apply to the United States? Certainly the early Americans who spoke of eternal vigilance would have thought so. The logic of the system they devised was to mitigate the consequences of our real imperfections, not to celebrate our imaginary perfection. We certainly face, as did the ancient Greeks, the problem of oligarchy, even ever more threatening as globalization increases differences in wealth. The odd American idea that giving money to political campaigns is free speech means that the very rich have far more speech and so in effect far more voting power than other citizens.
Absolutely. And this is the problem, right?
Yeah.
Money
and
in
it's
politics.
Citizen United. It's the propaganda that gets to come out because of it. But it's the conundrum of what, Melissa, you were doing with your neighbor, is she needed 100 signatures. But the next step is, if she is on the ballot, she needs money to run a campaign, because money buys visibility in a capitalistic society where only the ultra wealthy own the tool and mechanisms for distribution and content management. And so we have to pay a lot of money to get in, so they inherently have a more power than we do.
Right.
What do you guys think about that?
Well, I think that what we're witnessing with Trump tearing down the White House, part of the White House, without any kind of approval, without congressional approval, without any kind of historical knowledge. He's done this before in New York too. He destroyed the priceless and irreplaceable facades that were on a building that he took over, and that was one of the one of the clauses in the contract that he agreed to was that he was going to remove this facade that was created during the New Deal. And of course, he just destroyed it because that's who he is. And it was like, oh, oopsie doopsie, what are you going to do now? And that's what we're witnessing. But the thing is, the fact that they can do this, that he does this without giving a crap about the fact that people are going to lose their health care, that people are struggling, that they're firing hundreds of thousands of Americans. They don't, it just goes to show you that we're at the point where they're not even pretending anymore. They have no fear of the American people. Even that's what, great about No King's Day, but it also makes me concerned of what you were saying, Stephanie, and that it almost seems like they know that the game is rigged and they'll never have to atone for it. They'll never have to account for this. So we won't have anything, but we won't have the power to do anything about it. But the thing is, what gives me hope in general is that the American people we don't have a history of kings. We don't have a history of autocrats, as much as the Republicans want to, they're all sending out pictures of Trump in crowns because they think it triggers the libs or whatever. It really just shows who the hell they are, that they hate America. Okay, thank you for the confirmation. We didn't really need it, but here it is. And the fact is, I don't think the American people are going to stand for it, because even though it might be a delusion that we are living in a democratic republic, we still think that that's where we live, and we're not going to take a king. We're not going to. This is only going to last so long, no matter what. But watching it unfold is certainly disgusting, to say the least. But I think that what we're seeing is that they're not even hiding it anymore. How do you do this? How do you make a ballroom of all things that's going to be bigger than the White House itself? And lie about it. The other thing, he said he wouldn't destroy the building at all. It wouldn't be touched. And think that this is cool. I don't know.
That's why I think that people, whether they're running for dog catcher or president, ought to be running on a campaign of justice and accountability.
Yes.
Like what Trump has done in destroying federal property is a felony.
Yes.
Doing it, I do not think that the Supreme Court decision that gives the president the right to do whatever the fuck, I do not think that construction on the White House necessarily falls in the duties of the president. Right. So I don't think that the existing SCOTUS decision gives him top cover. But regardless of what SCOTUS has already done, I think that Democrats, independents, progressives, liberals, whatever people want to call themselves, real Republicans ought to be running on a campaign of saying that we are going to make sure that the law that was in place is enforced strictly, and we are going to repair the holes that we have seen in the law over the last 10 years. I mean, the emoluments clause that we used to talk about during the first Trump administration, regarding gifts from foreign dignitaries and kings and shit. That seems to be plain language that most people who looked at it, I think, could come to their own conclusions about what constitutes, fucking bribery of the president.
Yes, right.
And SCOTUS kind of made that go away. Well, and that is a constitution. It's not just a random law.
Also
Let's plug the fucking holes. Let's make it so that it is crystal clear that an authoritarian cannot personally enrich himself. Right. He cannot destroy Americans' property.
Right.
And that he cannot, lead through a campaign of corruption and intimidation.
Mm-hmm. And we all have to be eyewitnesses to this. I think this is so important in documentation, and being vocal. In the reading, it says the hero of a David Lodge novel says, "You don't know when you make love for the last time that you are making love for the last time." And for parents, something that we hear all the time is you never know when the last time you're going to pick up your child and carry them.
Mhm.
You never know, because one day they're too big and you can't do it and your back hurts. And that's it. You don't pick up your child anymore. And it's not as much about guilting as about pay attention to the moment you're in and be present in that moment. And so in that vein, I was reading an article yesterday about the bombing of Guernica. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm sorry?
Guernica.
The bombing of Guernica is where Spain bombed their own citizens, and didn't just do that. They invited the Nazis to come practice on their own citizens as well. And so as I was reading the article, obviously that is horrific. That happened in 1937, right? And that was the fall of Spain, essentially. And so reading the article, I was like, yeah, that's horrific. And there's always that little bit of separation when you're reading history, right? That was then. That was black and white photos. And so I read it and I was like, that's horrible. Yeah. And it wasn't that the bombing that got me. It was the sentence towards the end of the article that said, when Spain restored their democracy in 1981. And I was like, hold the fuck up. 1937 to 1981. This is the fucking moment we're in. We need to be aware of the moment that we're in. Was this past election the last time we're going to be able to freely vote for our national leaders? Was it? Are we aware?
We're going
Are
to
we
try.
paying attention of the moment we're in?
Mm-hmm.
Are we paying attention to the fact that, what was it, Smartmatic got bought out by some MAGA billionaire who's now owns the vote machines called Liberty Vote or some shit?
Yep.
Yeah.
And if you don't think they're going to fuck with voting, you haven't been paying attention.
Right.
No, that's why I was saying at the beginning is that I don't think there's any doubt that they're going to fuck with the voting.
Yes, there's no doubt. They're setting it up. This is why are they putting these election deniers in position of power? That woman who was already said that she's already notorious for being one of these maggots who say that the election was stolen. Now she's in charge of some election board. I mean, they're not giving up. And Trump, of course, he talks about it all the time. When Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer were in the office, he's handing them Trump 2028 hats. This is not a joke. This is what he does. He will not leave. Just like Michael Cohen said the first time before if Trump loses, there will not be a peaceful transfer of power. He said that in front of the knowing him. He said that in front of Congress, and he was correct. He sent the mob of traitors to defecate and urinate in the halls of the Capitol and trash the joint, and because they just don't want democracy. They can only take it to a point, and in every authoritarian takeover, you find that there are conservatives in power that enable it, that they open the doors for the conservative, just like we see for example, in the New York mayor race with Cuomo and Trump. I mean, these are two peas in a pod, and Cuomo may have a D after his name, but he's a Republican. He's for the status quo of power and corruption for the few. They throw a couple of crumbs, but they're really afraid of the people. I just don't understand it, because it's like, how much do you need, people? But eventually there will be a tipping point and the people fight back. But this is why they have the media. They have these, now they're putting flunkies in to check bias at CBS News and things like that. I mean, it's
and incredible. It was Dominion voting systems, not Smartmatic, just to correct myself, so that we have that correction on there. We're hitting right at the half-hour mark, and I do actually have to go. I've got some stuff I got to get taken care of this afternoon. Good things for a little while.
Well, that's good.
And so before we do, I like to always give everyone a quick chance to shout out where people can support them at and how they can be found. So let me move over to our next scene real quick. First off, support the network, Banner and Backbone. That's where you're going to find us at here every Friday at 12:30 Eastern time for the Anti-Fascist Book Club. We're going to be continuing our reading into On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder next week, getting into just the heart of all of it. We may not stay on a chapter-ish basis, but we're just going to go through the heart because we're in the heart of tyranny and authoritarianism. So come support us over on Banner, Backbone, free subs, pay subs, whatever you want, however you can, and spread the word. We love the support. And then let me get over to all my QR codes. So let's lead it off with, we'll go from bottom up. So Tara,
Who,
let's
me?
lead it off
Oh,
with you.
wow. Well, thank you, guys. Check out my show tonight, 8:30 p.m. Eastern at the Tarabuster YouTube channel, youtube.com/cforchannel/Tarabuster. Nick, it will be on the show tonight. So we're going to be talking about this and everything else and whatever other madness goes on during the day. So hang out with us tonight over at the Tarabuster YouTube channel and also the Political Voices Substack. Yes. Why can't I talk? Okay. So 8:30 p.m. tonight, and I'll see you then.
Sounds great. Thanks, Tara. And look forward to talking to you tonight, too.
Oh, yeah. And subscribe to my Substack, please, if you can. You know, even free is fine. You know, just all of that. Sorry.
Absolutely. Yeah. And Melissa, how about you, my friend?
Yes. I've been digging through. I've sent out 3 of the 10 directives that Pete sent out to the Department of Defense to change up the way the military is operating. I've also been doing a deep dive into the NDAA, which unfortunately has already been signed. So those are going to be things that are going into law, into code, into policy, and into the UCMJ. And it is absolutely shocking what that document contains. So I'll be rolling that out starting next week, a coverage of that. And also, because I'm in Norfolk and 2 major federal cases are happening here, the flock safety case, which has now become essentially a federal case since the federal DOJ has interjected themselves into the case, and also Letitia James' case, which is beginning today. It was just an arraignment today, so nothing super spectacular, but I hope to be in the courtroom for some of those hearings next week to watch her wipe the fucking floor with this little baby prosecutor they have. So free and paid subs, please, if you're a free subscriber, make sure you're liking and sharing the content to get this information out as much as possible. And thank you so much to everyone who does subscribe. I'm constantly blown away by the support that I get. So I appreciate it.
Thanks, Melissa. Stephanie, how about you, my friend?
So I have the Freedom Over Fascism podcast, which comes out about weekly on the Substack and at anywhere you listen to your podcasts. I'm starting a new show next week, Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 1. And my focus is on talking to people with deep conversations about how we got here, what is the significance of this particular moment, and the radical creativity that we're going to need once this moment is over, which might be it might be a lot more in the future than we all hope. So if you could, free paid subscribers would be awesome. One of the purposes of my Substack and working with all of these great people is to build a community. And I'd like to welcome you to the Freedom Over Fascism community as well.
Thank you, Stephanie. And Chris, how about you?
So for folks who are interested in starting their own anti-fascist book club or taking the reading at your own pace, you can visit veteransfightingfascism.org. The guides are there. You can download them as a PDF, or you can use the website. Again, I've enlisted Nick in helping me expand the list, which we'll get done as soon as we can. Coming up, Veterans Day. It's less than 3 weeks away, November 11th. I am planning to launch On Offense, the podcast, on that day. I'll try and do like multi-streaming platform or something like that, but who knows? Currently building a studio in my basement, so got to get that part done first.
No, you don't.
For folks who want to see some more of my work outside the military, veterans fighting fascism stuff. I am also a co-host of the Find Out podcast, which you can find out at findoutpodcast.com or on Substack. We appreciate your subscriptions. That podcast came from a bunch of dudes who were part of White Dudes for Harris, who had nothing really better to do after November. So we're a little bit, commiserating, a little bit organizing, and I'm not at all the funny one. So I'm the doomer on the podcast. That's my role. Some of the other guys are pretty funny though. So give us a follow on whatever your favorite platform is. Wherever you listen to your podcasts. So thanks for having me, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining, and thanks for asking me to help support the growth of the book club itself. And yeah, absolutely. Go support Chris on all his platforms. I love Find Out Podcast. I absolutely support their work and Chris's work. And then finally, come support me over at Sick of This Shit Publications. I'm running a 50% off sale for the rest of this month for your first year. Free and paid subs are great. I'm just about to hit 5,000. I think I may have actually hit 5,000 while we were on the show for free subs, which is amazing. I've been on here for like 4 months, so you all are incredible. Thank you for helping me build this amazing community and being able to start Banner and Backbone. And so help me on Sick of This Shit with Nick or Sick of This Shit Publications, but also again, help us over here on Banner and Backbone. I'm one of the co-founders. The only way we can keep building this platform and spreading information and knowledge like what Melissa's doing, getting these book clubs together, building out new commitments is with your support, free, paid, whatever. Just get the word out. Today, we're streaming on like 5 different platforms. We've had an amazing audience and guests and just group of people. Thank you all so much for being here with us. We appreciate it. And next week, we'll be back again for another anti-fascist book club on Friday at 12:30 Eastern time. Please join us. We'll be continuing on tyranny, and go be active. Don't just talk about things and that you want things to change. Go actively find a way to help. Go do something productive in your community. Go write and post on social media that you want more action from those who have money and power and influence in major networks that can promote those actions, and don't fight us and tell us we're wrong when we ask for them to do the things that we all need them to do. So go support us and call out those who need it, because it's not about shame for us on this side. It's about growth and organizing and commitment and going on offense. Chris has a publication on offense for a reason. It's going on offense, and that's what we need. So thanks, y'all. Have a great rest of your Friday.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone, for joining. And look forward to seeing y'all next week. Have a great day, everyone.
All right. Bye-bye.
Good morning, good afternoon, whatever time of day it is. East Coast afternoon, I guess now, is welcome. It is Friday. This is Banner and Backbone. I am Nick Perro, and we are bringing you the Anti-Fascist Book Club for today. I think somebody has their microphone open. I'm hearing a repeat. It's so weird. What is going on? I think I can hear myself. That's weird. Welcome, everyone. It's the Anti-Fascist Book Club. I'm Nick Perro. This is Banner and Backbone. Today's episode 8. Be aware of paramilitaries, and what was the other word? Being aware of paramilitaries and reflective while you're armed. So welcome everyone. Today we're joined by Chris Goldsmith, Melissa Corrigan, Dr. Stephanie Wilson, and soon to be by Tara Devlin when she jumps on after her meeting. How is everyone today?
Fantastic.
I voted. I'm feeling good.
Thank you for doing
good
your
for
civic
you.
duty.
Yes.
Not only that, I pulled my minivan up to the house and pulled out everybody that was 18 plus from my house, which is a lot. And I made the whole gang go.
Excellent.
Excellent. That's cool. Good. Everybody should be voting all the time. Okay, so we're reading On Tyranny. We're going to jump into this conversation a little bit. Actually, first, Chris, do you mind reminding everybody in the audience, one, who you are real quick, and what the Anti-Fascist Book Club is and isn't, before we jump
Absolutely.
right in?
Yeah, so for folks who don't know me, my name is Chris Goldsmith. I'm the founder of Task Force Butler Institute and Veterans Fighting Fascism. And the big project of Veterans Fighting Fascism is to encourage people to start their own anti-fascist book clubs, not just digital, but in person. The point of the Anti-Fascist Book Club is really twofold. One is to help people learn about the history of fascism, authoritarianism, and all of the systems of government and ways of governing like that, and to learn about resistance. It is not just to depress you, it is to build your confidence. The second part is to build community. You can do that digitally, but it's very important to do it in person, because fascism doesn't come just from the White House or Congress. It grows in your backyard. And that is where you, as an individual American, as a voter, that is where you can make the greatest difference.
Thank you. Great introduction. So, Melissa, right before we jumped on, you were talking about a website. And so this is going to fit right in with the two chapters we're talking about from Timothy Snyder's On Tyranny. So if anyone in the audience is also following along, we do encourage questions. We do encourage the community to join in on the conversation and be part of it. So feel free to ask away. We always are in the chat. As usual, we've got them pulled up. But today's chapters are chapters 6 and 7, which are be wary of paramilitaries and be reflective if you must be armed. Those are the chapter titles for anyone who's following along. I wanted to bring these ones up today because when the men with guns who have always claimed to be against the system start wearing uniforms and marching with torches and pictures of a leader, the end is nigh. When the pro-leader paramilitary and the official police and military intermingle, the end has come. That's the opening quote from On Tyranny for be aware of paramilitaries. I'm going to show you a website, everyone, that's going to scare the shit out of you. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I'm going to ruin everybody's Friday. Wanted a fucked up Friday? Well,
The fact that he launched this on Halloween, I mean, it's spooky.
And they're primed right now they've got two naval vessels, the USS Gravely and
Iwo Jima.
USS Iwo Jima, in range of Venezuela. And there are multiple news outlets that are saying that we're going to strike Venezuelan soil today. Like, that's fucked up. I'm going to show this picture because everybody needs to see how fucked up our government is. This is a website promoted by our government. Melissa, can you talk about this? Because you're the one who shared this, and holy shit.
Yeah, I just got wind of this morning. Someone sent me the link and said, check this out. So you see right off the top, they are branding this as President Trump's task force. So what they're doing is assembling federal agencies, an assortment of federal agencies from ICE, Border Patrol, ATF, literally all federal agencies. You can volunteer if you already work for those forces, or you can apply to join one of those forces and then be placed on the Washington, D.C. task force. And so as you scroll down the page, and I just literally got this link this morning, so I haven't been able to fully read throughout. But what I did notice as you scroll down, it gets really creepy down here, where the three communities that they're targeting this towards are experienced law enforcement, military and veterans, and civilians. So they're fully opening this up to civilians who do not have any prior training in law enforcement or military. And look at the tone of the website. Like,
It looks like a fucking video game.
Curious about it. It looks like a Call of Duty. This is highly unusual, highly alarming. This is outright branding that you can join Trump's private army. That they're just saying everything out loud at this point. And so if you go further down and you actually click through to some of the job listings, it takes you to USA.gov, which is the platform for finding federal employment. And as I was looking through some of the different positions posted, first of all, I really want to encourage, if anyone in our audience is with a community watch service or a Hispanic alliance, please, please, please get on USA.gov and start looking at these job listings, because they're telling you out loud what markets they're focusing on. So if you scroll down through the job listings, there are some that have particular regions denoted, and it's telling you we are striking hard in these particular communities. Uvalde comes off the top of my head as one that's listed as a high interest market for them, and there are bonuses for this. And then you see these air interdiction agent, marine interdiction agent. This is
Look at the starting salaries. These people are starting as GS-11s.
Right.
That's starting salary. You get most private jobs, or most jobs that are in the Fed sector, you start at like a GS-4, GS-5. These people are getting GS-11. That's nearly the highest salary range right off the fucking bat. They're literally saying you're getting paid for fascism. That's it. That's what they're building, a paramilitary.
Right. And I'm trying to find
it's not exactly the U.S.
where
this is fucked up.
Let's see. Right. And what it literally said somewhere on this page, have you been laid off of your federal employment? Come work for us. So, man.
Jesus. So they're firing these people and then saying, hey, we'll rehire you as a racist bigot.
And remember, I told you guys about 3 weeks ago that they are mainlining military that's separating in the last 180 days through that skills bridge program. They are allowing them to go work for DHS and ICE while still active duty, which how that is not a violation of posse comitatus is totally beyond me. They're still being paid by the military. They're still employees of the DOD, and now they are going and working in ICE to fast track those military guys that are transitioning out. And then you have this, and you have this, he launches this. Do you think it's an accident that he launched this page with all the benefits listed and those high
70K bonus
the day the fucking food stamps are going to cut off?
Wow.
Yeah. A 70K bonus. Good morning, Tara Devlin.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to join late and become. I mean,
welcome to the horror show, Tara.
Yeah, welcome to the nightmare. I can't.
The National Park Service.
Right.
Wow. $70,000 recruitment. That's more than a lot of families make, of course, in a year. And there's a lot of desperate people out there. And this is what's so disgusting, that they're creating more desperate people to turn against each other.
So I think that it's important to note that that during unpopular wars like the Iraq War or the war in Afghanistan, when they want to engage in surges, they have to give out really generous bonuses. Right? Like when I joined the Army in 2000, when I signed my contract in 2003, before everyone realized that Iraq would become the forever war, I got a $6,000 bonus, and that was like unheard of. Within a year, people who were signing up for 3-year contracts were getting like $40,000 and $50,000 contracts because they knew that nobody wanted to fucking do it. So, all of these bonuses that we're seeing is a sign that the United States generally does not think that this is popular, and they are having to pay a lot of money to incentivize joining, Trump's task force.
Right.
Yeah. And unfortunately, desperate times make people do desperate things because they want to keep their families alive and safe too.
Right.
And so what I find notable about this page is that it intentionally blurs the line between the various departments. It has all the departments listed as a scrolling thing here. So you're blurring the line, and what's happening out in the field, so to speak, since America is now the fucking combat field. What's happening out in the field is when law-abiding citizens, American citizens, pull out their phone and record, which is constitutionally protected, you start having Border Patrol agents tackling these American citizens, detaining them, taking their phones away, and telling them they don't have the right to record. And because there are different policies and different constitutional protections for each of those agencies, because some of those agencies in certain places do not have to follow the exact same procedure as regular law enforcement, as police officers, as National Guard. When you get into the intricacies, and the American citizen, the average American citizen, does not know the differences in what those constitutional boundaries are, you start having a more and more scared populace that, oh, I thought recording them was legal, and now I'm being detained by a border patrol agent who's telling me that I can't record him. So maybe I can record cops and I can record ICE, but I can't. So all of this is destabilizing and injecting fear in the populace. So we don't know who to trust. We don't know which agency is doing what. You see this in Chicago and LA and Portland, where if they're even wearing an insignia of the department that they're in, which they're starting to, not even necessarily do that. People don't know exactly what their rights are. I think that's going to be important for us to go forward, is really to dig in to what are our rights, what are the restrictions of these various agencies, so people are very, very informed and empowered on the ground. This is scary as shit.
Yes, definitely. And the fact that they're, of course, all the ICE agents are wearing these masks too, of course, is supposed to engender fear in everyone. But I think that people should start shaming them, and just, these are just small acts of resistance when we see them. Shame on you. Just shame, 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 shame for wearing these masks. Like, we don't wear masks in America. This is outrageous, and shame on you. Really, I watched the video the other day of a New York City police officer off duty being harassed by. He was just at some. I don't know if you saw it. Right, he was at a some downtown. I don't remember where he was exactly, but he was trying to file some paperwork at a courthouse, and there were all these thugs just completely masked up, standing in his way, preventing him from doing his business. And then he was going back at them, and they're just a bunch of thugs, basically. But I was really sitting there rooting for him, hoping he would start, shaming them to their faces. Then this is why they we have to film everything now. It's just getting to the point where you have to walk around with a freaking body camera on, or
Right.
it doesn't happen. People have to get outraged by this. This is what's going on right here, where I am in New York City, right downtown. You think that, it's a very liberal and open city, but the abuse is right out in the open too. So, yeah.
Well, one of the things in one of your last lives, Nick, was it a sick of the shit? I think it was a sick of the shit when you had everybody. And Zev said,
Oh, the Banner and Backbone one.
The Banner and
on
Backbone
Wednesday.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, where one of the things that he mentioned was having like a very large number of people making a small demand that everyone could rally around, and taking off those masks was one of those. And I actually think that's a really great idea, because you need to build up the muscles of sustained resistance.
Right.
And something small is something, I mean, like, who's going to not want those masks off?
Exactly.
Could a simple thing we do as a community, at least in the first part, is do like a moveon.org petition to have, like, do they respond to those? Are those useful?
No.
Like, what's the best way that we can actively do something as a community to say, through Banner and Backbone, how can we as a company and a community specifically get ICE and DHS and officers like that to have to take their masks off? Chris, you may know.
The state of California has already passed a law. It is unclear to me whether Gavin Newsom is going to like really go to the mat on enforcement, but in the state of California, federal agents cannot conduct business the way that they have been. More states are going to have to do that. Unfortunately, in the District of Columbia, it's Congress who is effectively in control of what is criminal and what is not. So our nation's capital is controlled by the Republican House and Senate. So there's really nothing that can be done there. But in places like New York, Governor Kathy Hochul wants to stand up and say she's fighting Trump, fighting for a law to make it so that federal agents cannot act as secret police with masks on. Would be a worthy fight for her to have. And what can we do as a community? We encourage these governors to start taking action.
Right.
And I think the other thing we could do is start being in touch with the Ezra Levins and the big time organizers, Ben Wickler's, who actually do command a very large group, and they're really good at ground organizing. Those move on petitions, I think the best use of them is getting people's email addresses. I don't think they do anything at all, sadly.
So and I think that we shouldn't get used to these masks, and that's why they're wearing them. And if we don't push back, it will become commonplace and just natural to see this. And it's only going to escalate as we get closer to the elections. This is what they're doing. It's right out in the open. They're going to try to steal the elections. They're trying to they're trying to intimidate people from away from voting. And also they're trying to give the illusion that there's some kind of, dirty tricks going on. And that Trump, of course, was the victim of fraud and the election was stolen. And they're still harping on that, bullshit. But this judge, I'm sure you saw the quote, he put the injunction saying that he released the statement saying that masks, that ICE goes masked for a single reason, to terrorize the American people into quiescence. To us, masks are associated with cowardly desperados and the despised Ku Klux Klan. In all our history, we've never tolerated an armed, masked secret police. Carrying on in this fashion, ICE brings this administration and everyone in deniable obloquy to this administration and everyone who works for it. So, I mean, basically, he's saying that he's the federal judge that said that masks that we don't have secret police who are masks in this country, and that they should take off their masks, and we shouldn't really get used to this. It's really disgusting to see a bunch of guys with giant muscles intimidating women with children at our federal buildings with masks on. These are not good guys. These are the bad guys. The bad guys wear the masks. And when Kristi Noem says, "Well, they're being doxxed, they're being harassed," prove it. Let's see it. They have no proof.
And who, you know what? They're public servants, right?
Exactly.
Which means public. So the idea that they're being doxxed is completely counter to the idea that your police force ought to be accountable to the people.
Right. Like you should not have it, that the police force needs to be a secret police force. They should be faceless, nameless, whatever. They don't even wear badges. They're like, it's just so unreal to watch what's happening in this country. And the fact that that Trump is now, of course, killing people off the coast, saying, "Oh yeah, they're drug dealers." If you think that they're not going to do that to us, that they can't do that to us, all they have to do is say, "Oh yeah, she was a drug dealer." There's no follow-up either, because this is a completely lawless administration, and the sooner we get the Republicans into history's trash bin, then there might be some accountability, and there has to be. But in the meantime, I mean, this administration, I mean, what is Johnson's, what is his purpose at this point? It is really to protect the Epstein files. It's to protect pedophiles and to give cover to Trump for whatever he wants to do, which is completely lawless. And I don't know, as they starve people into submission, the way I look at it is that the American people, we don't have a long history of kings. We might be delusional about our system of government, but we don't have the same thing that happened in Germany, where they had a very short republic and a long history of being ruled by an autocracy. So we don't really have that here, and I don't think that the American people are going to stand for it, but I could be wrong. I would never have thought that any American would be part of a secret police force either. That to me is shocking and stunning, and it's shameful to think. I mean, how you would think that the American people would be, I would hope for the best in my fellow citizens, that they would, when someone invites them to be part of a coup against the system that many of them, took an oath to defend, that they would decline in the least, but no. So yeah, it's only going to.
All right, friends. I unfortunately have a meeting, so I've got to split. Thank you for having me on today, and I will see you guys next week.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. We'll see you next week.
Chris.
We'll talk to you soon. And so we're having some good times over here too, on some other stuff. Stephanie, can you message? Never mind. We're making sure for educational purposes that certain domains remain protected and usable for real educational purposes to unmask the bullshit that's going on. This is literally the first thing that the chapter said about this is going on right now, is that they're masking, they're intermingling military, police, and civilian.
And they're making it really attractive too, because so many people have been fired, and MAGA or Trump, as it were, is stealing food from the mouths of children.
Yep.
and it could be their children. And so if you want to be able to feed your kids, then sometimes you do things that you don't want to do, but that's how complicity happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
There's so much that feeds into this because they're also not releasing jobs reports right now or any data like that. So businesses have essentially frozen hiring because they don't know what's going on in the greater market. And so as you have even more constriction on the employment market, it's going to make things like this more attractive to men who just
Right.
want to provide
That's
for their
right.
families.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And
Mhm.
also, they're not saying the word yet, but with unemployment up and inflation up, that is the stagflation that everybody worries about, and that's what brings economies like completely
Yeah.
down.
It's almost as if Trump is doing it on purpose. I mean, he's so he's
I
such
imagine
a
he is.
that's what I'm saying. It's you have to look at it through that lens. It can't be complete incompetence. He's everywhere. Everything he's touching, he's turning to shit. He's destroying the American economy. He's destroying our once good name, if we ever had any, around the globe. And
Oh, we did.
yeah, no, I mean, we had goodwill around the globe. We had, but I don't. Every time Republicans get into office, they diminish that well pretty quickly. That's for sure. And this time, I don't think we could get it back anytime soon. So, and all he's doing is making the rich richer and the working class the more malleable working poor. So, you got to wonder, all the things that he's doing, bailing out Argentina, letting these American farmers go bankrupt. Some of them, I'm reading stories about them committing, unaliving themselves and what. I mean, this is just outrageous. And while building a ballroom, I mean, who could? And it's like, all of those optics, they're not even trying to woo the people anymore, which is really concerning. And it says to me that they don't plan on leaving. They don't plan on giving up power. They're consolidating power, and they're going to make sure that they have their secret police force, which is funded, that has a larger budget than the Marines has, and other militaries around the world. So
Yeah.
we
I
are
will
in deep
say,
shit.
as I'm searching desperately for a sign of silver lining somewhere here, I will say that all of this has a lot of feeling of fear coming off of it from him. I
Yeah.
told you guys that DC is rallying and organizing beginning November 5th, a sit-in around the Capitol building and the White House. And DC residents who are planning this are some long-time grassroots organizers and very serious people and very serious
Right.
groups of people. And I have no doubt that shit is going to get, everything's going to ratchet up the level in DC starting Wednesday. And I think him launching this at this particular time is, again, not by accident.
No.
And I think his frenetic energy around getting this bunker built. Can we just stop calling it a ballroom? We all know what it is.
We can call it a throne room, though.
Mhm.
Right. So
The little penis palace.
I feel
The
a lot of
Epstein Palace,
energy of fear coming off them. When I was driving to the polls this morning, I heard a radio commercial in Virginia on a regular old radio station that was insane. It was insane. It literally said, Democrats hate us and they want to kill us.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
On the
that's what
fucking radio. Like, what are you
Yeah.
doing?
And this came from which organization? This came from the RNC or the official?
Yeah, it was Winsome Sears, fucking
Incredible.
crazy ass. So I mean, that to me does not sound like a confident party.
No,
That's such fear and desperation.
That's true.
Right. But fear and desperation, I am worried about those people doing a sit-in because there's nothing that the regime wants more than to be able to open fire on people who are legally assembling.
Right.
And they will. Right. Well, I think that
all of the vendors that provide food and water around the
Right.
National Mall for about 2 or 3 blocks out. You can't find a fucking hot dog cart anymore in DC. So they've removed food and water. The only things that are open for that are owned by the Parks Department. The kiosk there on the National Mall, which they can close down at, you know, a phone call. And so it's very clear that DC is preparing for the long haul on both sides. On both sides.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And
Well-
with the idea of them hiring for parks services too as part of the hiring process, with the some of those job listings from the beginning. I'll pull the website back up just to terrify everyone again. And Stephanie, I sent you a chat in our little chat, if you got
okay.
it. And I want to pull up this site again because
you wanted me to look those up?
No, I'm about to get them.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to make sure you didn't.
Okay.
Website is not
hold on. So let me pull up
So
this site.
while you do that writing, Nook, yes, the Senate just voted against his tariffs, but it's absolutely meaningless because the House won't ever. And so Collins and Murkowski and Paul and Turtlehead, you know, just get to look like they're doing something good, but they know nothing's going to happen from it. What is Turtlehead's
This is just
name
the
again?
Senate
McConnell.
voted?
Yeah, McConnell, Murkowski, Collins, and Paul broke the filibuster to stop all tariffs, but it's not.
Yeah. Well, he's not supposed to have the power to inflict his bad business on the country. The president doesn't hold the purse strings, but you know, what do I know? I'm just a little podcaster here, and the Johnson, the Speaker of the House, has completely abdicated the Article 1 branch of government to this effing tyrant, and it's just, and we're all being batted around like a cat toy by the whims of this thin-skinned moron. This moron who, you know, you could lie all day long about what a wonderful businessman he is, but it doesn't make it true. So
Shane, that is awesome. Yes, crash the site. And the thing I was just going to say was, I don't know. I'll come back to it.
Just look at this. Just look at this image and the propaganda of it. It's not.
Wow.
It's not a U.S. task force. It is not
The
a American task force. It is not a constitutional task force. It is the president's DC task force. It is,
and we all know when that picture was taken. Remember when he said, "I'm going to go out in the streets tonight," and he went out for like 20 minutes and took some some pizza.
Mm-hmm.
It was a photo shoot. Every time they do this, it's just photo shoots. And
this looks like a fucking video game. Yeah, it looks like Call of Duty or some shit.
So I don't know those references because I don't know video games, but it also looks like a post-apocalyptic movie, or you know, whatever you imagine if you're reading the apocalyptic books. I know what I was going to say is that even if he dies soon, which is a possibility, the real power really isn't, I mean, he wields power of his when he, you know, decides things at the last minute and gets pissed off and, you know, destroys a third of the White House. But Stephen Miller and Vogt and Besant, all of those people have a lot of power and they're going to invest it in Vance. And all of Marco Rubio and Kirsten Noem, did you guys read that they're all moving to military bases?
Yes.
Because and kicking out the generals from the nice houses.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I'm so excited for all the new safe DC domains I own. Not I own, that a company that I work for owns or work with and owns. We're going to have some great educational information coming out. So check us out. Check out soon a bunch of safedc something websites coming up that are very nice sounding and official. Like I didn't even buy the shitty ones like .xyz or stupid ones that nobody cares about.
Did they have .com available?
No, maybe yes. I think they did, but it was like $4,000,
Yeah.
and I ain't got that money.
So what Shane is saying, and I think this might be our best as a community, one of our best tools, given
Shane, do you
that we're
want to come
kind of
on?
small. Let's find out if Shane wants to come on.
Yeah, Shane, if you want
Because
to come on, you're welcome to, brother.
while he thinks about it and or gets on, is the electronic warfare is flooding the zone with applications, with phone calls, with Ellie just posted the email addresses of 2 of the lawyers, I think, in the Epstein case. Like that is where we can, I think, make a difference in, small groups having outsized power.
And just reaching out to your congressman and senator, calling them today and being like, hey, what the fuck is this website that I'm seeing? What is this? What are you doing?
Exactly.
Don't you work there? You work in DC, right? Oh, I guess if you're a Republican, you fucking don't. But if you're you're there. What is this? How is this being released? And none of you seem to be either aware of it or particularly care.
And why isn't it on the media? What are they reporting on? The so-called liberal media. They're talking. I just looked in. They're talking about this is Halloween ideas, ramen cups, microwave.
Well, let's not let everything call corporate capture right now.
Exactly.
Oh my God. And you had Christy Noem this morning. Someone asked her if she's going to go easy because it's Halloween and there's going to be kids in costumes and, and
they're
she
going
said,
straight
no,
for
we're
the
going to
kids.
go harder.
Right.
Yeah, fuck them. That's fucking awful.
They're
Morning,
going to like
what's
trunk
up,
and
Shane?
treat thingies where kids go, like people come and bring candy to a parking lot.
Yeah.
They're going to go straight for those kinds of things with the kids right there.
It's sick what they're doing. So Shane, you were talking in the chat, and we wanted to bring you on and get your ideas because we're transparent here, and we're going to do everything peacefully and patriotically. And that's what I will always maintain: is we are peaceful, we are patriotic, and we're going to do our patriotic duty to ensure the Constitution remains and stays alive against an anti-constitutional regime that is trying to destroy it. With that framing, welcome, Firebrand, Shane Urich.
Good to see you guys. This is something I've spent a lot of time, like months and months and months, figuring out how do you stop someone like this? And it's very simple. It's interference. It's making time is money. And they use these things like an email to recruit people. Okay, things like this, information. We live in a time where, like, think about this. Okay, it's transitioning to AI. I was talking with Walter this morning. Okay, so Amazon wants to do AI. They want all their customer service through a chat bot. What if 100,000 people simultaneously posted a 1,000-word prompt into their chat bot, asking genuine customer service questions, and then their whole system explodes, all their NVIDIA chips fry, and there's a shortage of NVIDIA chips. Guess what? There are so many things you can do from your couch. You don't even have to get up. You could be sitting here with us right now. There is always a flip side of a mass transition to digital. And the flip side is it's entirely dependent on the workload these systems are capable of holding. These inboxes they do have a maximum capacity. Like there is a point where they have to go through and cull that email inbox. If they want to recruit people and they have a full inbox, then they have to go and take the time to remove that. Also consider that if they're actually trying to recruit people and they actually want to see what these emails are, that means they have to read every single one to make sure they're not missing out on a candidate, which means that you have people probably sitting there for hours on end. It's really a matter of mobilization and direction. And those things can be done very easily. I posted their phone number and the info email in the chat for CBP recruitment. You know how much time it takes? Dude, you could literally go into I could go into Gemini, ask it to make a bogus email that would be even kind of at the beginning seem like it should be required, like it's valid. And then as it goes down, it just degrades into like something else. But time is money. And I was reading about these NVIDIA chips and how there's a shortage. The reason they laid off all of these people, it's not because they're getting rid of the job. It's because they need more chips. And the chips are getting more and more expensive. It has nothing to do with the jobs. And it has everything to do with the fact that they need more capital so they can buy more NVIDIA chips because they've already put all this money into AI. So they either double down on their investment or they don't. But things like this, if they have a big server room somewhere, guys, it's huge. And they're running all of these AI chatbots off of this big server room. It's like if you try and run a million Chrome tabs on your computer will like overheat and explode because there is a capacity. The internet is not infinite. Okay. Like there's servers, these are things that are dependent. Nick knows this more than anyone. This was like his job was to build these systems and these things exist. They're not invincible. In fact, the idea that they have all this power is entirely constructed because if everyone went target, you can't call anybody right anymore. Everyone knows you call someone and all you get is a machine. Now they want to get rid of those and send you to an automatic chat bot. The chat bot, sometimes you notice how it takes a lot of time or something big happens and then it's like taking forever to answer your question or it gets it wrong. It's not because it's dumb per se. It's because there's a lot of traffic. Servers on video games. Okay. I'm a young guy. There's a lot of people who want to play a video game at the same time. The servers will crash. This is something that happened with Call of Duty during COVID because so many people had nothing to do. They all went on Call of Duty at the same time and their servers went down. You can do that. You can engineer that very easily. It's not illegal to ask the Target chatbot a very simple, longly worded question about how they do their advertising policy, or can you tell me exactly what aisle each of these 80 items are in your store? There's nothing wrong with that. And if everyone asks that at the same time, what happens? That's a lot of money. And their thing goes down and their AI gets, totally overwhelmed. These are actions that everyone can take. Go ahead.
I think that this is I really think that focusing this way is a way we can make a difference. But also the consideration that AWS went down and the other servers that went down it's being sabotaged either from external actors or people within the United States. I have no idea, but maybe you guys know better. But, I agree with you, Shane. Like electronic warfare is where it's at for small groups. Yeah.
It's creative ways to fight back with the power that we have that are legal and constitutional and nonviolent.
Right.
And we can do all of these things easily. Like as a citizenry, if we do nothing wrong other than submit a single reform per person to one company all at once, like if 10,000, if our entire audience subscription based on all of our contributors and everybody who is watching right now, all 300 something people that are watching right now. If you all went to one website and all of our subscribers went to one website and within 10 minutes just sent one customer request email or one email to the government website asking what the fuck this is, or all of us send one set of emails or call one representative and senator at one time and just flood the zone. Somebody asked in the chat, Lefty Prof asked in the chat, she's a great friend. Thank you for the question, Lefty. Was, hold on, let me pull it up. Was
Daily Beans listeners have crashed a few sites. That's Allison Gill
Yeah, it was how can we her question was around how can we influence AI or can we influence AI? And my response as usual is flood the zone with democracy, flood the zone with creativity, flood the zone with our ideas. Go out there and become a creator. Like Banner and Backbone is doing all of this work right now. Well, I'm doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes. I'm putting in a lot of work to try and get a lot of things moving forward for Banner and Backbone really quick, with everyone involved, with the team, and expanding our reach really quickly. Is like if all of you did one collective thing with us, we're gonna start doing that again, or we're gonna start doing that, and we're gonna be working with the Centered America guys to start doing that. Is like an action item that you can do every day, and if we all did an action item at a set time every day, like that would make a difference. If you do a couple targeted action items at a set time each day, it takes 5 minutes to make a phone call or have an email. And if you already have a pre-built template that you just copy pasta, because it's a simple thing. Like I've already talked about doing this too, is because I was a software engineer, is we could build a simple website. We own some domain names that are really, really useful and really important. Is we could put that information out just like Five Calls does. Five Calls is a great example of citizen action that can be done, but we can do our own too. Like we don't have to rely just on Five Calls and what their petitions are. We can do more than one thing at one time. Like the pro-democracy side, if we flood the zone with information like this, that's how we unmask ICE agents. Like this is where the conversation started. Is on this website that we kept pulling up with safetydc.gov, is they're building a secret police that intermingles military, civilian, and police forces. And it fits really, really well too with the second chapter that we were talking about, which is the be reflective if you're armed. And that's specifically talking to if you're an officer in the forces, not one of us civilians being reflective when you're armed. It is important to always be reflective when you're armed, but it specifically talks about, like the opening quote is about the officers themselves, police force. But I want to read the first part of the sentence of the actual chapter, and then Shane, I see you want to jump in, and then Tara, I want you to get in and
Sure.
on this too. Is authoritarian regimes usually include a special riot police force whose task is to disperse citizens who seek to protest, and a secret state police force whose assignments include the murder of dissenters or others designated as enemies. I'm going to just stop it there. That's the first sentence. And with this, take two in context that Trump ordered all 50 state National Guards to have a riot response force.
No, fuck off.
By January.
As a public thing. So we have our first part, which is a special riot police force whose task is to disperse citizens who seek to protest, run by the National Guards of each state. And in red states, we're going to get smashed. And I hate when people say, you voted for this. No, the fuck I didn't. I didn't. Neither did 40% of Arkansas. Neither did almost like 44% of Missouri. Like a lot of people in these states did not vote for these things. And yes, I am glad. I'm not glad, but I'm okay with people who voted for this shit having it come back and hurt them specifically, because they need to see the fucking impacts of what they're doing, because it's hurting everybody else. The problem is those of us who didn't fucking vote for it, stop fucking telling us we voted for
Well,
this
you
shit.
didn't vote for that specifically, but
Actually the biggest block of voters were non-voters.
Yeah.
Like most people did not actively vote for this shit. That's what we need to be flipping the script on. And I heard it this morning too. I think it was on Dana and Lauren's show, or yours, Shane, just a little bit ago. It was yours, Shane, with Arturo and Walter talking about we need to target the block of voters who didn't vote and stop caring about the MAGA voters. Like, I don't care what MAGA thinks.
Yeah.
I care why the fuck did all those other people not vote? And now we have a secret police force and a public riot dispersal force being built. So thoughts on that, y'all?
Before I go, because I'm in the process of figuring out what the fuck Peter Thiel is doing with our drone program. So I gotta hop back into that. But I wanted to give you guys a really concrete example. People were asking in the chat of how what I was talking about can be done. I'm gonna give you guys a really good example. Okay, me, Nick, Melissa, we hop on a live stream. Okay, we all gather simultaneously. Okay, what is a great way to bring a bunch of people in a singular moment in the same place? We have a live stream here on Substack. Okay, everyone, we draft, for example, the message that I'm gonna use the Target example because Target has the most irritating AI like help thing. It's super, like all of these companies do, but we draft a message and we go ahead, we'll post it in the chat for you. And then we all navigate to the website. We can stream it on the screen. We can show you exactly where to go. And we go 3, 2, 1, submit. We don't need to pay you. You want to be here anyway. You already hate the government. You hate Target. They're raising prices. They're firing employees. It's that simple. We could do it to Amazon. And like I said, they're firing people because AWS has a chip shortage. And like Nick said, 300 people is enough to give them a hard time. Like their systems are not built for like a massive
I got to take a call, guys. Up here.
of like information in here. So, you know, it does seem overwhelming. Like, oh my God, how do you do that? It's not. It's not. We could do it anytime. It's just, and there's 329 people here. That's enough.
Hey, Shane, I think we should do it on Thursday. We should do one on our live on Thursday and everybody do it at the same time.
Yeah, I love this idea. Banner and Backbone can present either daily or weekly. We'll start weekly for this week so that we can get it up and running, and then we'll see if we can get it up to daily.
And we don't have to spend an hour. Yeah, I would love to.
Be the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just takes 5 minutes.
Or even just 5, you know, we're all on live at some point, you know. We could just do, or we could do like 5, like your moment of Zen, right? Just at the same time every day, a couple of us get on a particular live stream to do an action.
Well, we could do like a 15-minute Banner and Backbone action special every day. Like, and that's just tell you, here's what you need to do. Here's how we're going to do it. Here's a predefined thing. Everybody go to the site right now. Just like you said, Shane, I put it into the chat through our moderator of Banner and Backbone is Shane is the best at coordinated, organized, peaceful resistance. Like that is what Shane does. Shane is great at engaging you and getting you everyone to do online coordinated free resistance very quickly. It's free to us, not to them. It's not free. We're punishing the companies that are doing the shitty things. Like on top of Amazon, like being shitty for a while now, they just laid off 30-something thousand employees and said it was because of like culture. And all of these companies are removing people who don't agree with what they're doing and how they're going about it. And they're making a poor populace that the only option that they're going to have here soon is simple factory work. It's fucked up.
I just wanted to provide that because like, it's like, well, how do you do that? We're so powerful, guys. We're so powerful. It's not a matter of, and like, imagine how powerful you feel when you see real time what happens. And like, if you pull, let's see, there's five of us here. Okay. And I'm not even on this live. I'm just here in the chat. So I'm not streaming this, but if you put together, 8 people, okay. And Substack does this now. It will consolidate all of the viewers into one live. You could easily get up to 500-600 people. We've done it. We've
I
done
mean,
it
yeah,
before.
that's what we're doing right now. Is we got 340 people here right now.
So action is possible. We already did it. I've seen it work because we did this while they were tearing down the White House. Me and the Firebrands, real time. We shut down McCreary Architecture's phones. We flooded their inbox. We've done it. I've done it. I can tell you that this works. So, let's go and do it. I'm sure, me and Melissa and Nick and Stephanie and Tara. Is it Tara or Tara?
Tara's fine.
Tara.
Doesn't matter.
It's important that I pronounce people's names correctly. It's
You're
one of my
good.
things. So anyway, I'm gonna go dig up some dirt on Peter Thiel, but you guys keep doing what you're doing.
Always, brother.
And
Thanks for
it was
joining
good
for
to
a
talk
little
to you
bit.
guys.
Nice seeing you, Shane.
Pleasure.
Hi, Shane.
Yeah, and we're actually getting right at the top of the half-hour mark, which is perfect timing for this conversation. So let's wrap through everybody here real quick on who you are, how people can support you, and where they can find you. I'm going to promote Shane just for a second. And get me some QR codes up. So first, join the network, join Banner and Backbone. We need your support. We absolutely do need your support, free or paid. If you want it, free is the best, simple, easy way to get involved. It really helps us. It grows the network. It makes sure we have the funds and the ability to do these shows and host them every week and get you guys out there. That being said, free is super awesome because it gets our visibility up and really helps the network itself. But we also have our great contributors who are with us today. And I'm going to do the two who left before I get into everybody here and how you can support them. First, we're going to do Chris Goldsmith. He is the producer of On Offense with Chris Goldsmith. He is also a host on the Find Out podcast. And they do some incredible content. They are male focused in a lot of their content, but it is really nice to have that type of focus for a lot of us men. And they just put out great shows and interviews. I don't always agree with everything they say, but I also really appreciate all the work they're doing. They're kicking butt, and they're doing things the right way. They're trying to really promote small contributors and small networks and friends of the shows. They're doing the hard work. And I see there was a question in the chat that may have got buzzed by. I'm going to also save the chat today for everyone so that we can look back and see if we can address any of the questions, and I'll share them with the group so everybody has access and can read through, and if they want to be able in our panel group, so we can all make sure that we get some questions addressed and maybe some written up for next show. Next, we have our friend Shane Urick, the Firebrand Project, great friend of the show. You all know him, love him. He's incredible. As quoted by Dean Blundell, one of the best writers, one of the best new young writers out there on Substack. Gave him that amazing praise on our show earlier this week. So go follow and support Shane. And then next we have, let me find her. There you are.
Oh,
is on our
me.
bottom right corner.
Little old me. Hi, everyone. Tonight, Nick is going to be on the show at this 8:30 p.m. Tara Buster. We meet every Friday night at 8:30 on the Tara Buster YouTube channel and the Political Voices Substack. There's also, so if you can, please join us tonight. But also, if you could subscribe to my Substack, that'd be great. Free or paid, and anything helps. And also Political Voices Network right there. I'm going to have another show on Political Voices Network. It's going to start on November 11th on a Tuesday, trying to do more shows. But the more support we get, as everyone knows, then we'll be able to do more shows. That's how it is. I work as a freelancer. I'm feeling it like everyone else. And it's a very stressful time, but we got to keep the lights on in Tara Buster Studios. So, it's there's only so many hours in the day. And but yeah, unfortunately, you can't fight fascism part-time, it seems, nowadays. So all the help we can get is really appreciated, and we're in this together. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you for joining us today. Always appreciate you.
Thank you.
So that's me, freedom over fascism, guys. I now have a show Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 1 Eastern, except this next Wednesday, I'm going to do an AMA or something because I'm on Blue Amp Media at 2 on Wednesday. And I got some great guests coming. Nick, I just haven't scheduled you. Tara, like we got some great context building people, because I think that's what I can provide is instead of just breaking news, some context. So you can find me at freedomoverfascism.us. That takes you straight to my Substack. And I got a lot of great conversations on there. And I have a new article that's going to come out tomorrow about how we talk about what's going on right now.
That's awesome.
And free and paid subscriptions are always wanted. And I know money is tight. So, but anything you can give,
yeah, lets
me do more. Yeah.
Appreciate it, Stephanie. Thank you so much. And I appreciate always hanging out with you.
Yeah, I do too.
And Melissa, how about you, my friend?
Oh, I'm just going to encourage everyone to share. I'm going to drop it in the chat one more time. If everybody in this chat just goes on whatever social they want on Substack or any other social media, share that website that we saw today. I want as many Americans as possible to view that website that we just viewed together, so they can understand what type of state we're in right now. I'm totally still blown away by this website. Still, holy shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had a foot spasm. Just over my intestine.
Yeah, everyone should call their representatives and senators to say what is going on. You know, join the president's DC task force. The Praetorian Guard? Is this
my
what we're
congresswoman is the freaking whip, and you hear almost nothing from her.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's garbage. It's garbage. And you know what? I'm sick of this shit.
Yeah.
So that's my main publication. I'm Nick Perro, for anyone who doesn't know who I am. I run Sick of This Shit Publications. I'm also co-founder here at Banner and Backbone. But if you can support my my personal pub, that would be great. That's where I do a lot of my work around chronic illness and health focus with vet-related, just my background. I use my background to just talk about everything in my daily life and how it impacts me and what I think we can do to be engaged and how to help and build a community. But I'm sick of this shit. So I wanted to start now doing this shit, which was Banner and Backbone, which is where we started this network. So if you can help me on Sick of This Shit Pub, I've got an 80% off sale until the end of today. If you want to join for your first year, 80% off. Y'all helped me get up to number 58 on the rising list on US politics today, which is freaking cool. Thank you so much. Please help me continue to grow and get higher on that list. Those are based on paid subs, but free subs also help. I finally hit over 5,200 this week, and I'm growing rapidly. So come help me grow there. And then again, please help Banner and Backbone itself. Come join us here on the network, free, paid. Just help spread the word and get the message out, because there's so much going on. And one of the things, like we said, we're going to start using our power and our microphone that we have for targeted action and actionable things that you can do together and you can do with us. And we're going to use our platform as a vehicle for good and for change and for flooding the zone with democracy. So thank you, everyone. Have a safe Halloween. And I mean that seriously. Have a safe Halloween this year. Keep yourself and your children safe. but go have fun while you're doing it. Like, let your kids go have a blast. My kids are going to have a freaking awesome night tonight. Halloween. I love Halloween, but I'm also so excited to see Terror Busters.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Do you want to do it another day?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I like giving out candy from home, so I'll be home anyways. And by the time your show starts, our community is basically done because
Okay.
it's sundown and it's dark, and
Yeah.
you know that's when the demons come out, and
Yeah,
Arkansas is
that's
when the
true.
sun goes down. So
When all
all
the
those good-
Republicans come out. So yeah.
all those
Stephen
blacked out
Miller.
American flag flying
Uh-huh.
Americans who that have signs that basically say "Don't let your kids come near me." Yeah, those type of people.
Stephen Miller and his wife. You know.
Yeah, my Halloween wish is that Stephen Miller crawls back into RFK's brain, just the
right.
brain, and just lets us go.
Just starts eating the rest of the brain there. Yeah.
Because he's just the brainworm that came out and turned into a human.
Ugh. They're all horrible and awful.
Well, everybody, on that lovely note, we will be back next week. We are here every Friday at 12:30 Eastern. And I did see one of the notes, at least in the chat, was I will start putting together a weekly show post on Banner and Backbone that connects all of our networks too, that shows if you have a show on it and you are a contributor to Banner and Backbone, you can put your info on there and make basically a big ass schedule that everybody can see and is easy to follow. And we'll make sure you guys have links and everything set up so that it's simple. We want to make it simple for everyone to engage and for us to engage. So thank you for that question. Happy Halloween, everyone. And have a good rest of your Friday if you can. We will keep you up to date on news that comes out so you don't have to worry about looking into it, and you can save your mental health while we destroy ours.
Stress. I have to take some blood pressure pills now. Thank you.
It's okay. It's okay. We all have groups and friends that we're making out of this. So we're building our community too, and you are all part of it. So thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you for the almost 400 people that are here now.
Wow.
And tons of people on all the networks. We are on Substack, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitch. So have a great day, everyone. We've been streaming on multiple platforms, multiple channels, and yeah, go Blue Jays. Go Jays.
My heart
broke when I had to say that. I'm a Red Sox fan.
Oh, I'm a Sox fan now, but I grew up a Dodger fan. But the Blue Jays, like, yeah, it's kind of a little heartbreaking. But
anybody have quick time for a story time before we go? I'll give a cute story about. So when I was a kid, I've always been a Red Sox fan. It was the year that the Yankees and the Red Sox were in the pennant race together, and the year
2003.
Yeah, when Boston broke the curse.
Yeah, you were a freaking. No, it was in Florida. They broke the curse, and I was like a real grown up by then.
I was 13 in 2003, and I remember we were watching the game in my parents' room. All of us as a family, we had the TV on. We were laying in the bed. I was facing the TV watching. We had a cat who stayed in our upstairs because the dog downstairs wanted to eat her. And the cat was an asshole. It was just like the biggest asshole. Aww. Me and this cat did not get along. But this cat thought we were all gone because it was quiet in the house. We were all in the bedroom. The dog was on the bed too. Cat comes downstairs, jumps on the bed. We're like in the middle of the game. Boston is winning. This is when Boston started its comeback and just swept. Like, this was the first game that Boston won and started the sweep. And like,
God, I totally remember that game.
And the cat jumps on the bed, comes face to face with the dog. And it took them a second before they realized who each other was. And they launched backwards, like out of the room. And my cat had to jump probably 10 feet up to get over a railing. We had a gate on our staircase going up. It's a spiral staircase made out of wood, not very easy to get up. She jumped from floor fucking 10 feet up over this damn thing and peed the entire way through the house
Oh, poor
as
thing.
she was going.
She
Poor
was pissed.
Poor
Wow.
thing.
literally pissed off and just launched herself. And the
Aw.
dog was so mad because he was like, I can't get the cat. I can't get the cat. I can't go upstairs. But yeah, that was my Fun Friday story. Thank you for making me remember that. So everybody, on a great note, have a great Halloween. Enjoy your kids. Enjoy handing out candy, getting candy, eating and borrowing candy, getting the mom and dad tax, the parent tax. I love y'all. Have a great day. Enjoy the Friday. Thank you, everybody. I
Thank
get
you.
to do it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it working? Come on, come on, come on.
Come on, Stephanie.
Oh, is that?
More heart on the
You
bottom.
never
More
get it.
heart shape on the bottom.
I can't do it. My hands don't go that
It's
way.
not working. Ah, there we go.
There we go.
You do
Stephanie
that,
got
and
it.
then shit.
Yeah, it's a Mac thing.
Can't.
You have to enable the
Oh,
emoji
all right.
emojis.
There's
You
too
can do
many.
that too.
Too many bells and whistles.
Currently, we
Thank
are.
you, everyone. Have a great day. We'll figure
Bye.
this out behind the scenes, but everybody
Yes.
have a great day.